this one done. Okay, Snow Bunny is here. Hello.
Hey, what's up? Why is it saying go live on my end? Did they do an update or something?
I don't. I have no clue. Like, I have
Look,
absolutely no clue.
it looks like we can start streaming directly from Discord.
That's that's nice. I mean, we gonna see if that shit works out. We see how it works out, and going forward. What's going on, Uncompetitive? What's going on, Verge? How you guys doing today? Turn my PS4 off. I was gonna grind, but so
Hello, everyone.
we wrote down a shitload of topics this week. I know we only have two in the title, but I just I put anything in there because there's at least like 12 things to talk about at least. There's a lot of shit that's going down. We have like about 3 rumors to talk about. Um, not nothing that I like, but there are two to three rumors that we're gonna talk about. I don't believe them, but we're gonna still talk about them. The third one is something that I've just been following for a while. It does have something to do with Insomniac Games. Um, I guess we'll wait for a little bit of people. Let me go send out all the notifications. Let me go do that real quick. Okay, let's do this. Let's get this started. Don't forget to hit the like button if you guys need a link to the public Discord. I've remodeled it a little bit. Hit me up. Also, that'll be a better place to get a free profile picture if you feel that you need one. Everybody's only getting one. So if you feel that you need a profile picture, that's the place to contact me. I still have a Twitter. Um, but if you can't contact me on Twitter for whatever reason, you can hit me up on the public Discord. Um, I'm gonna go get a I'm gonna go get a link for that real quick and put it in the comment section. Let me make sure, and then I'm gonna go share the link for the other shit. So here you guys are. I don't see a chat. Okay, there it is. It's rolling in. Okay, it's rolling in. I'm about to say what
Hey,
the.
Heath. How are you?
Let's get this out the way. I think we're good here. So that's the Discord chat. If you guys want to join that, we're talking about all things gaming. We have different channels now. I think we have 2 or 3 additional channels. One for memes, one for fanboy quotes, and then one for video links, like the one that I'm gonna be sharing soon. Let's go get this out the way. Oh shit! I knew it was like one thing I was fucking forgetting. Something to do with a featured picture for today. Something I saw. I definitely want to talk about. Um, so what's going on, Snow Bunny?
Nothing much on my end. Nothing much at all.
You get your check?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just got to work on getting my unemployment now
Great, great.
because they have some issue going on, and the state of Maryland knows about it. So they are working on it, and they're telling us to continue, but they're going to pay everybody back, but their back pay. But yeah, I'm working with that.
Okay. Cause I'm still
I,
working and I still got the damn check. Um.
oh yeah, they said people who were working was going to get it. So
Oh shit. So what I'm doing is I'm pretty much saving it and remodeling some stuff. Like getting some new PlayStation centric posters for the wall for when I go live with the computer and shit, and you see all the background. Cause I got nothing but anime scrolls. They were kind of like easy to collect over the years, so I said I might as well see what PlayStation stuff I can get, see what other things I can get for the more different live streams I'm planning on doing. Um, I definitely want to get a green screen, but it's a green screen I want. It's kind of like it's just it has some sort of mechanism that it just sits behind you. It scrolls up, and you can. It's kind of like some blinds or whatever. Um, but they're sold out. You know, Amazon's weird now because the priority bullshit. So even if you order something that's in stock and then nobody else orders, it still takes forever to get to your house. Let me see. Where are we at with the video link? We are live. Okay, so far, shit. Okay, we got that out the way. Now I just gotta go send another link to YouTube. I hope everybody's been safe all week. You know, practicing social distancing.
Yeah.
I know
In the
we
state
did.
of Maryland, they made it so that you have to wear a mask
Yeah,
in every place you go into.
which
You
I'm
have to
happy
have a
about.
mask on.
I'm really happy about that because I hear people coughing, I hear people sneezing, and you know, it's good that they have a fucking mask so that shit doesn't spread like a shotgun. You know, that's what people don't understand about
Hmm.
sneezing and also coughing. More so sneezing. That shit spreads so far. You know, it spreads so fucking far. Um, Okay, so we got that out the way. I want to make sure the community section on YouTube understands that I'm live. Um, see what we got going on there. Again, guys, my work schedule has changed. So if you notice that there wasn't a lot of live streams, it's because first of all, I'm back working, and second of all, um, I now leave at 1 o'clock because I have to clock in at 3, and I leave at 11:30. So I'm still getting my 8 hours, but the difference is now that I have to leave earlier. I was leaving at 3 o'clock to get to work. No, actually, I was leaving at 2 o'clock to get to work at 5. Now I'm leaving at 1 o'clock to get to work by 3. Um, so I mean, I could do what I was normally doing, like leave even earlier by 12, but then I would only have like fucking 2 hours to do anything. So um, I was like, fuck it, I'd rather cut it close. Let me see. We're good here. Let me go post the links on what's the name for good measure and get these new screenshots.
Hey, Starry. Hey, Cyber.
Speaking of cyber, I guess we can definitely talk about the cyberpunk stuff first, but I do want to have a screenshot on hand. So okay, okay, we got that going on over there. Okay, let's see if we can get these images. We are looking for the PIG. There we go. Wherever the fuck that shit is. Ah, there we go. No, it's images. There we go. Next gen. So, I want to talk about something before we really get to the topics. This is not a part of the topics, just something I've had on my mind. If you're an Xbox person and you're going above and beyond for the brand of Xbox or defending the honor of Phil Spencer, stop. You know, look, I'm gonna be honest. What I do obviously to get a rise out of people, but it's a more factual tone to it. What you see is what you get. You're never gonna hear something from me and then go somewhere else and it's different. You see what I'm saying? You know what type of games I play? I play them offline and online. I play them when I'm streaming and I play them when I'm not. Um, you know, the system that I support is PlayStation. You know, I've told people this before. This is my first Sony TV since the beginning of the PS3 generation. You know, in between that, it was nothing but Samsung. I've got nothing but Samsung phones up until I got a Hawaii phone, maybe a year or two ago. So I started with that. Cameras have all been by Samsung. Laptops have all been by Acer. You know, so I'm not married to the company of Sony. I like what they produce when it comes to gaming. I transitioned from Nintendo to PlayStation. It's very, very simple. I grew up. They had more of the RPGs that I wanted to play that were not available on the GameCube at that time or the DS, and I transitioned. Very, very simple. I'm not with PlayStation because I'm a Sony pony and I got that shit tattooed on my fucking arm or anything. It's nothing like that. It's where I can play the games that I love to play. Xbox fans at the end of this generation, which is the end of this generation, just because Nintendo and PlayStation are alive and kicking and putting out games doesn't mean you guys are alive. We know the Xbox brand, we know the Xbox One is dead. We know it. What we don't understand, and I know a lot of people, Nintendo, PC, and PlayStation guys are looking at Xbox fans, why are you still defending a dead console? We're all trying to figure this out. Like, why are you so adamant at just defending that shit day and night?
Define dead.
No one gives a fuck, bro.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
Well,
man. Like,
clearly people do. People are still going out every week and buying it.
Look, I understand that. You could say that about almost anything that is also dead. You can say that about a PSP.
So that it's not technically dead. The only time it would be completely dead is if fucking nobody was buying it and the online was completely shut off.
We could talk about this all the time. Look, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to destroy you on this one. I said the same thing about the Vita, and people said, no, it doesn't matter, it's dead.
But the Vita is still alive. There's still games being made for the Vita.
I said the Vita was still selling. Everybody fucking jumped me and fucking stomped me out and said, no, it's dead. It's dead. It's dead. It's not making no games. Well,
but it's not dead. Vita is not dead.
Hold on. But you're not hearing me. More than one person, multiple people, more than just myself, was saying that the system was fucking dead. I was the person telling people that was alive. So it's just like you, right now in your situation, you're saying it's not dead because you know a few people that's buying the system. But everybody else is telling you that it is dead.
Well, what the fuck would they know? If they don't play on the console or whatever the case would be, or if they don't see games that they like that's coming out on the console, then of course they're going to sit there and fucking say that it's dead.
Enlighten us.
You're our I can right now. If Ghost of Tsushima right now and fucking Last of Us were not coming out on the PS4, and that was a PS5, whatever you want to call it, I can easily sit there and say the PS4 is dead because there's nothing coming out for the rest of this year. Like, you see what I mean? Like, that logic is fucking retarded. Legit retarded.
About the Xbox for
it doesn't matter. You can say that for any console.
We're talking about the Xbox for multiple years, not just 2020. Literally.
So they haven't released any games? They haven't released any games in multiple years?
It hasn't had an identity. It hasn't had any games.
Oh, it hasn't had an identity. So that's how you keep a console from dead, right?
That you cannot play on a more superior platform.
Doesn't matter if you can play them on a superior platform or not, as long as they're coming out.
We'll go down this road. Gears Tactics. We talked to, I think me and you talked maybe a week or
yeah, and it's coming to consoles eventually, so I have no problem waiting.
The confirmation said that the game was going to come to consoles in April 28th. We found out that was a lie. I don't know who started to spread it around.
I don't know where you read that from, but there was never a release date for the console version to be released day and date the same day as the PC version.
Nobody said it was going to be day and date. We already knew it was coming to PC before. But in December, right? In December, I think you guys had a Inside Xbox where word had came out.
No, it was November because there was nothing in December.
Okay, it was November then. word had came out that the game was gonna be coming over to consoles, so it wasn't gonna
Yeah,
stay. It
and that
wasn't
still
gonna stay.
stands present.
Okay, so it's 2020, right? We're
Yeah.
basically a month and a half away from the middle of the year, which is June.
Yeah.
Why hasn't it doesn't have a release date at all, and all advertisement, which I had to do the research because no Xbox fan, including yourself, or anybody that likes Xbox, including yourself, went through the page of Microsoft and looked and see if there was an Xbox logo. I didn't believe my eyes. I continued to scroll, and then I continued to scroll until I was at the licensing section at the bottom of every website. There literally was not an Xbox option, and I was wondering why. Gears is known for being on Xbox. Why not
Because
release
it's
it day
not
and date?
being developed by Coalition.
It
That's why
doesn't
you're
matter.
not seeing that on.
It's on the Xbox official website.
Yeah.
So why?
But I'm telling you, it's
why not have it
outsourced.
day and date? You had all your other games day and date. Why are you changing up the formula? And now giving games that are predominantly known to be Xbox exclusives to the PC exclusively for a few months before you put it on the consoles. You're going to give it away on Game Pass anyway, so nobody really gives a fuck about the sales, whether people buy it or not, because people get to try it on Game Pass through the subscription. So what I'm trying to figure out, if you know, and you might not know, why do they think it was a good idea to put it on PC first with the name Gears on it? Like, people like you, and I have not talked to anybody else, but people like you were very interested in playing it. I looked at the fucking story trailer, and I was like, this is interesting, because these are the events that led up before the original Gears, and I thought that was an interesting storyline. Again, I'm not a Gears fan, but I am a fan of story-driven games, and I thought that was awesome. And again, I watched that trailer being on the official Xbox website, and then after watching that trailer, and I was like, man, that's fucking dope. I scroll down, I still see Windows and fucking Steam. Scroll down again, Windows and Steam. They have the Game Pass option there, which is PC beta or something like that. And then I said, let me go with the Windows option and see, what they're gonna charge me for that. And they're gonna charge people $60, which I disagree. I think a Gears Tactics game should definitely be a $40 game. It might have longer legs with that price point. And then I had to realize that it was true, that it was not coming to Xbox. Now, people were joking about it that morning, but I didn't want to believe it because, again, I don't see a reason for why they would put it on PC.
It's coming to Xbox, dude. Don't worry.
But when?
That we don't know.
That's the thing I've been always saying since 2013. They're trying to turn the Xbox fan base into PC gamers.
Exactly, and I don't agree with it. Anybody else can, but I don't think that's good. And I don't think anybody on Xbox side or supports Xbox should sit by and say that this type of activity is alright. Because if you're alright with this, they will try another game. It's just like when they started putting games on
Even like they've always had. So that makes sense.
Hold on, when they put games on PC, everybody was alright with it until they put your whole library over there. It's the same thing when they charged console gamers on Xbox, the original Xbox, to play online. Nobody had objections, so they continued to make you pay for online for every Xbox console, as well as rise the price, as well as put other things in there to make you pay for annually, including the new Game Pass. So, look, enough is enough for me, and I'm not even supporting that shit, but I hope that more Xbox fans speak the fuck up, because if you don't, they're just going to keep running over top of you and doing shit that you're eventually just going to have to leave that platform in order to understand.
So if we take Game Pass out of the equation for a moment here, right? Let's say that thing didn't exist. Oh, I know it is. But the thing of it is, despite that, say Game Pass didn't exist on fucking consoles, it didn't exist, period. Gears Tactics still would have launched on PC first, before the actual console version would have came out. Why? Because how many times have I told you, J-Tech, that strategy type kind of games like these don't sell on consoles? You know this. I know this. Every console gamer knows this. but they sell fine on fucking on PC, do they not? So why not start there first, get your fucking money's worth out of it, and then release it over fucking console. Then whatever money you make out on the side of that, dude, is just chump change for them. That's what these developers do when it comes to these strategy type kind of games. Paradox does it all the time too, as well with their games. They always release their shit on PC first before they bring it over to consoles. Yes, it sucks. I agree with you. The fact that it's an exclusive game from the Gears universe that's on PC and console gamers have to wait. I'm not arguing that. I agree, 100 on that. Do I think it should have been there fucking day and date? Sure. I would have loved to see that happen. But this game originally at one point probably was never going to come to fucking goddamn consoles. And because console gamers don't play this types of shit. Outside from myself, there's a very small group of people. Very, very small group of people. But the only reason why that I don't give a shit, because I know that it's going to make its way over here, because I have to wait for all the other goddamn strategy games to come to Xbox or PlayStation. But it doesn't even matter if this game is multiplayer or not.
But what about Flight Simulator?
I don't even know if that's even going to be there. I don't even know if that's even going to be there day and date for fucking Xbox One.
No, what I'm saying is, no, we already know it's not. We already know it's going to PC first. We've known that for a while. But my question is when are they going to bring it to console?
Who knows?
I think that game would probably be best, and I've saw it running. It's not my cup of tea. It's not a lot of people's cup of tea. It definitely has to come, and it will have to be only on the Xbox Series X. I know they're against alienating the Xbox One fan base, which is
no, it can run on the Xbox One because you got to remember 90% of that game is being run through a fucking cloud streaming service, dude.
Yeah, but that shit looks way too good to be running on the Xbox One.
But that's what I'm saying. But at the same time, that's all running through a cloud streaming fucking aspect.
Okay.
The game is designed around that.
You think it can run on a standard Xbox One?
Probably.
Nah, I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know.
But yeah, obviously it can't because it would have been day and date. But the excuse whether they want to make it public or not is that it obviously can't run on that console. I think that if they want to make that game shine and shine on consoles, the best possibly thing to do
will definitely be the Series X. Yeah,
shit for the 2 years that you said you were going to delay most of your launch games. Put that game exclusively on Xbox Series X. You don't want to divide the community, but it's going to happen regardless because there are going to be people that don't feel that they want to buy the Xbox Series X, and there are going to be people that feel that they need to buy that and get rid of the Xbox One. Especially if you have backwards compatibility being hyped up, you might get that system and say, well, fuck Xbox One, I want some good shit.
Hyped up.
What? Hyped up what?
Nothing, I'm just laughing.
Yeah, they're going to hype the fuck out of backwards compatibility. If they don't think PlayStation is doing every generation, they're going to fucking do it. Which means you don't really need an Xbox One. You can just get the Xbox Series X. And even if it's like $500 or $600, it doesn't really matter. You have 4 generations of backwards compatibility embroiled in that system, which is amazing. The same thing that the PS3 had, if I'm not mistaken. Was the PS3? Yeah, PS3. So PS3 had PS1, PS2, and PS3 backwards compatibility, which was amazing at that time. No system had done that ever. So up until that point. But this time, Xbox got 4 generations. That's amazing. This gen they tried to do 3 generations. I think they were successful, but they didn't start fucking around with backwards compatibility until the middle of the gen, or whenever they felt that they needed additional games to talk about. But
no, because that was something that they've always had planned.
Oh, I know they had it planned, but they never executed it. I wish they would have executed it day one.
Because it wasn't ready to execute yet.
I think they would have had a fighting chance if they executed their promotion for backwards compatibility day one.
Because it wasn't ready yet.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. PlayStation had their backwards compatibility shit.
Yeah, through streaming.
No. I'm talking about the PS3 backwards compatibility. PS3 had PS2, PS1, PS3. in one
Only for the
month.
fucking the actual fucking launch things, and after that they pulled that shit off there, except for the PS1
Yeah,
capabilities,
they made
which was
consoles that
emulated,
didn't.
by the way.
Yes, listen, they made consoles that did not have PS2 technology in the PS3s, but all of the PS3 models always had PS1 backwards compatibility. They never got
What
rid
do
of
you
that.
do?
They only got rid of the PS2. But that's what I'm saying. Every day one PS3 had PS1, PS2, and PS3 support, and that was physical as well. Well, before digital, that was physical, straight physical. We're talking about.
So where's the PS1 and PS2 support now?
Well, they might not think it's worth it. If they look at the statistics and they
Oh,
think
but they
that
thought it
people
was
are
worth it
not,
last gen. Okay, that makes a hell of
yeah,
a lot of
people are
sense.
not playing that stuff playing that stuff enough or supporting it last gen, then they didn't do it. There's a lot of shit, and I'm talking about games that they felt weren't supported enough last gen, and they just didn't bring them back. Features as well. So it's not just features; it's also games like Resistance, and even they took forever to bring out a
Resistance doesn't
Ratchet and
deserve to come
Clank.
back.
You know, there are tons of games that they didn't bring back for whatever reason. Either they didn't sell well or the community didn't support them. They just didn't think it was worth it. That's the one thing I don't like about PlayStation. I feel that they're really, really scared about what happened last gen, and they didn't want to try their hand again. And I think they could have really struck gold. I mean, they struck gold without trying their hand again. Like, think of the possibilities of what would have happened if they did do some of the things they did last gen, like have video chat support on the PS4 with up to 6 people. That would have been amazing.
Most people wouldn't even use that.
Again, it doesn't matter. We're talking about a different install base and a different player base. Last gen versus this generation gamers. It would have definitely been used. Trust me. Again, you already sold 110 million consoles without the stuff I'm telling you about right now. So think about what that could have meant for the people that already invested in it. It could have meant a lot.
I don't know.
I think that this is true
first
for
time that
everybody.
Sony's
This
ever
is
fucking
not
sold
just
a
for
million
PlayStation.
before.
It's the same thing for Xbox. It's the same thing for Nintendo. They have features and they have games from their past that they have not went back to, and I think they could have went back to, and they would have been highly supported by gamers.
Which ones?
There's tons. Well, I don't know what's up with Jade Empire. I don't know if Microsoft owned the rights to that or somebody else did. Banjo-Kazooie could have definitely got a brand new game, and it could have been good.
That's actually that's probably being worked on right now as we speak.
Conker could have got a new game, and again, I'm talking about this generation not being worked on for the following generation. Conker could have got a new game. They could have just sat down and been nice about what was about to go down with Scalebound and not frustrate those Japanese developers, knowing that Platinum Games has made some amazing games this generation and working on some more. I don't think they should have ever did whatever they did to frustrate them about Scalebound.
We don't even know if it was Microsoft that even frustrated them, dude.
Because they added a
We don't
4-player
know.
co-op.
We don't know.
Hold on.
We don't
They
know.
added a 4-player co-op to the last trailer, and the developer specifically came out when the game was being made and said it would be a single-player game. Microsoft forced them to add that multiplayer element at the end. Go look at it. Go look at the.
So clearly, they obviously accepted it if they actually showed off gameplay of that element in and of itself before the game got canceled.
They did show it off.
So they couldn't have been that fucking overly frustrated.
Where there was the main character, but he looked different. There were 4 different main characters. He looked different, right? He was the same guy. And
yeah, I know, but I'm saying, but what I'm telling you is, Platinum couldn't have been frustrated for that because they designed it.
But my thing is
frustrated because they didn't want to add that element. They were forced to add the element. You're not understanding what I'm saying. That was
no. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Okay,
my thing is with the whole Platinum
they want to
thing.
make a single player game, and the company that's funding it is saying, "Hey, well,
but if it really frustrated them, though, then why the fuck did they take the time to design a demo for it for the E3 show?"
My thing is if that's the case, like Platinum got frustrated with it, why did they come out saying like a year afterwards that Microsoft was not entirely at fault at Scalebound being canceled?
Exactly.
Oh, was that your postcat? Hello.
Let's go.
Hey, what's up?
Is that Priscilla?
Yes.
Yeah, that's her pussy talking right now.
Boobity gig.
I've got the name
What's
right.
going on,
I've got the name
Uncompetitive?
right,
How
have
you
I?
doing, bro?
Hey, I'm competitive. Yeah, you guys
What
know
up,
Chris
man?
from my stream. She always wants to get in.
How are you doing, Snow Bunny?
I'm okay. Yes, why didn't you stay sleep in the laundry basket? That's where I last saw you.
Okay, so we have tons of topics. Let's run through some of the quicker ones. Um, Before we put up a graphic, and that will be the Play at Home initiative by PlayStation. They gave out a game that they just gave out for
Two shitty
PlayStation
games.
Plus. Um, and that was Uncharted Drake's Collection, which is 3 games, and Journey,
Garbage.
which is another game, an indie style game, and they gave it out completely for free.
Yeah, that's
Come on,
good.
Sony. You could have gave us better games than that shit.
Journey's excellent.
Well, look, man, it's what's free.
Journey is good,
You
but
can't look.
been there, done that.
See, you're doing the same thing. You tell
You can't
other
look a
people
gift
not
horse
to
in the
fucking
mouth. You
do.
got something for free.
Yeah,
See what I'm saying,
Fatal.
Fatal? When we call Game Pass games garbage because they're given out for free, that's a different thing than Uncharted series is a game of the year.
But most people already fucking own the Nathan Fuckboy collection, or already owned or played Journey.
PlayStation
That's
Plus,
what I'm talking about.
right? You own it.
No, I bought both through fucking
okay,
PlayStation.
bro. This is given out to everybody. They're not gonna look at everybody's library and say, "Hey, we're just gonna give you a different free."
Oh, but I thought you said 110 million units, right? Fucking most people are gonna be buying these games.
Well,
so apparently
I
not.
don't think 100
apparently
people
not.
got Uncharted Drake's collection.
And I wouldn't even bother to
Just
even get that game.
I
Even
mean,
if fucking, I wouldn't even recommend
gave out
it.
free games. If you got it, oh well. It might not be for you, bro. They just said, "Hey, we know you guys are staying home. We're gonna give you these games." They didn't give out 2 games. They
should have gave like Lost Legacy or something like that.
4 games. So, since you're so critical, what did Xbox do? What games did they give out?
They haven't give anything. I got Game Pass, so I'm good there.
So there's no point to be so critical of PlayStation. Again,
no, I'm just saying.
You don't even need
I'm
PlayStation
just saying they could have
Plus.
picked
They're
two
giving you
different
the game
games.
100% for free. Once you download it, you have it permanently. You don't need PlayStation Plus to own these games. 4 games in total. Not fucking 2. 4. Give them some fucking credit. There's tons of people sitting home.
I'm not going to give them credit for games.
Hold on,
that
there's
fucking
tons of
should be
people
actually
sitting
be better.
home that are on a casual variety that have never played Uncharted. Now they have that opportunity. And you got Uncharted 4. They just gave out. Hold on. Okay, tell me what's funny, man.
No, you're not getting what I'm saying. I'm not bitching about the fact that they're free. I don't care about that. That's fine. I'm not bitching about that. What I'm complaining about is that I wish that it was something better, is what I'm saying.
I wish the Game Pass games were better, but they're not.
They are!
No,
but that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about, yes, they are.
Better.
I'm not talking about Bleeding Edge. I'm not talking about Bleeding Edge. I'm not talking about. I'd rather play State of Decay.
That are specifically advertised.
I'd rather play State of Decay 2 than play Uncharted again.
Fucking good. Do you want
Uncharted is dog shit.
Do you want me to go through all the Game Pass? I got the website right here, Xbox.com Game Pass.
And I can pull up the list right now and tell you which one's fucking shit.
Should I go through the list and tell you that these games are better when you know they're not?
How do you know? What do you mean? How do I know they're not? Isn't that opinion?
Wait a minute, that's subjective. That is subjective.
Exactly.
Your whole conversation is subjective because what he likes, you may not like, and what he thinks is better, you may not think is better.
Thank you.
But his opinion is that he wished there were better games than what they gave.
Yeah, I'm not shitting on.
But wait a minute. But you're not going by
for free.
But you're not going by the games not being good. You're going by the fact that those are games that you just don't like. Okay. Yeah. Prime example, you like Bleeding Edge to some extent.
A homeless person getting money from you is not going to be picky about what he gets from you. Okay,
I
you
would
can't
be.
bitch about what you get 100% for free, not through a subscription service, not through an online paid subscription service. You were literally given a total of 4 games for free. It's not just for you. They said it was the stay-at-home initiative. Most real gamers like yourself, Fatal, would definitely...
stop with the real gamer bullshit.
Hold on.
It doesn't exist.
Hold on, listen to me. Most real gamers like yourself and myself already paid for these games, so of course we already have them. And yes, they did just try to give me Uncharted 4 digitally. Do I enjoy it for PlayStation Plus? Yes, because now I don't have to worry about the physical aspect of the game. I have a digital version. The same thing with Uncharted, what is it, the collection that they just gave for 100% for free. Guess what? I didn't have the physical disc anymore for that. So now I have it digital. I look at the brighter side of it. It's 100% for free. You can't bitch about something they give you for free. You can't be picky about what's given to you for free. If you're not going to play it, oh well, somebody else will. There's tons of Look, that game did not sell 50 million copies. So obviously there's a huge library of PlayStation gamers that never got to try that game. Right?
And it shouldn't.
But am I right? There's not half of the amount of people that own a PS4 that actually went out and paid for that game before it was given away for free. It's less than half.
I don't blame them for not buying it, but okay.
Well, look, that's your fucking opinion. I have an opinion on every game that you've played too. But that's what I'm saying. You gave away a free game that did not sell at least 50 million, which means if people choose to play it when they're bored at home, if they don't have anything else to play, they now have the ability to play this game that they did not have access to.
You have a super chat also, Jay.
Okay, let me go read that super chat. True Witty says, State of Decay is crap. It's a buggy mess. Thank you, True Witty.
Have you played it? Have you played it recently with all the updates and whatever you want to call it? Yeah, there you go. It's not buggy anymore. Fuck out of here, True Witty. Fuck out of here, True Witty.
Damn, True Witty. Dude, always making me laugh, man. Always making me laugh. Let me get this shit out over here. We got that. We need to go all the way up to images. We got some images I wanted to share with you guys.
Paw, little girl.
But
okay, down. There you go.
Let's go to the next topic. Let's see if fucking Fatal has something to say about that. Sony is planning a limited PS5 production in the first year, and that's going to be between 5 to 6 million PS5 consoles produced between, I guess, November and March of 2021.
I don't think that's planned. I think it's forced because of this virus, but they're just saying that it's planned to make themselves look better.
Yeah, there was something else I read also where they said that because of the price, they don't think gamers will be interested in buying the system. I beg to differ. We have over 110 million people that got a PS4.
That number's
I actually think it's less than. I think it's less than 110 million because that's units sold. But you got to remember, some people have more than one console.
Okay, so less than that.
So let's just say 100 million. Okay. Because some people out here got like
100 million, right?
Ran out and bought that ugly ass Spider-Man bundle and shit.
By the end of the year, it'll be a total of the console sold probably be 120. I don't see.
Sounds about right.
I don't see the majority of the 120 saying $500 is too much for the next generation of PlayStation to say, hey, I want to wait for that system to come down from 500 to 400. So I definitely think worldwide they will definitely sell through that shit in minutes. And this is worldwide. This is not United States. This is 5 to 6 million produced worldwide. It will fucking sell like hotcakes. It doesn't really matter what that system price is.
Nothing related to what you're saying, but what related to what somebody said in the chat. Just super quick before I forget this there, fucking JTech, sorry, but I never hyped that game up, Andrew. So again, another lie adding to your other lie. Again, I just told people that I played it. I didn't hype it up. I didn't tell people to go out and buy it. I didn't even fucking none of that shit. See, I hate motherfuckers that do that shit. Lying about everything. Stop that stuff, dude.
Okay. Nobody likes liars.
Right?
It's rated R for a reason, right?
No, it's not like that.
Yeah, no, it's rated R in your book. Call it the book pack. Let's get a new
Book pack.
graphic on here.
Fucking smack the shit out of Andrew for being so fucking cocky and stupid.
This is. I think we should talk about this next. I want to hear your opinion on this. I have a negative opinion, but it's more as a confused opinion. Um, the next topic right here. Sorry, if you wait just a little bit, hopefully the fucking chat shit pops up, man. Shit's really getting on my fucking nerves. Okay, there it is. It's popping up. Good. There we go. Okay. We're gonna skip ahead.
Fuck.
So, my like I said, my opinion is it's gonna sell out. Okay, it's gonna sell out. Let's say there's only 100 million people that got 110 million consoles for the PS4, right? At the end of this year, it'll definitely be pushed up to 120, even with the pandemic. I definitely believe 5 to 6 million consoles produced worldwide. We're talking about Japan. We're talking about the European region. We're talking
Nobody
about
wants
the
that
United
shit in
States.
Japan.
That shit's going, huh?
Nothing.
But what's got me scared is if they're worried about the price right now, I don't think we have an accurate view of what that price is going to be. They're saying $499 to $550, but if they are projecting that low of sales due to price, I think it's going to be more than that.
No. I'm gonna be honest. It's probably gonna be 500. Listen to this. They're saying that because they want people to be afraid of it, so they don't sell through their shit so fast.
And you have another super chat.
Okay, I'm gonna read that trial by fire. I got you, buddy. It doesn't really matter what the price is. They're just hoping that they don't sell through it fast, right? Okay, so whatever they do, it's really unpredictable if the fans are gonna like it or not. I didn't like the controller for the PS5. One of the things I don't like about it is the white. I don't like that. However, within minutes, people altered it to black. Within hours, people started making different designs for it. So I don't really give a fuck about the default white. I'm gonna buy another controller and have somebody customize that shit for like $200. That's what I'm gonna do. So again, you never really know what to expect from the fans.
So they might do other colours.
Let me read.
Oh,
this,
they definitely will do
super
other
chat
colors,
real
for
quick.
sure.
So Trial Fire says, does Final Fantasy VII remake feel restrictive in any way, with no jump button but frequent prompts to jump or climb? Coming off of Kingdom Hearts 3, Final Fantasy 15, Dragon Quest 11, and NK2.
Nino Kune.
Oh, Nino Kuni. Nino Kuni 2 is very odd to me to play. I'll watch later things. Yeah, I mean, I felt that way. Maybe they wanted to have a classic RPG feel to it. I definitely get those vibes like a lot playing the game. So maybe they wanted that. I mean, if you would have added the other stuff, obviously you would have had to have more of an open world feel. It's a very, very linear game. Especially in those dungeons.
I don't
Yeah,
remember a jump button in the original. Was there a jump button in the original?
No, there wasn't. But a lot of people think that this remake was gonna be like a reimagining, but it's just a remake. You know.
With shitty combat.
Well, I think it is a reimagining, but they kept some elements of the same.
Yeah, like.
And the only reason I say that is because of the fact that they made it where you can have live action. I mean, yeah, live action instead of turn based, and you can have like they added.
I said it was fun, Andrew.
I think it
Jesus
is a
Christ, I said it was fun.
reimagining, but they kept some classic elements in it for the
They
fans of
did,
the
yeah,
original.
yeah. They tried. Look, I appreciate like the slowdown time and like you can think in like a tactical mode. I appreciate that, but it doesn't change the fact like the combat. As much as I hate it, it's not because of the game. I just don't like that combat style in general, which is why I think Kingdom Hearts is dog shit. Why I think fucking any game that utilizes that combat, even Final Fantasy 15 is dog shit with that combat system. Final Fantasy is meant to be turn based. That's what Final Fantasy is supposed to be. This kind of shit, no, it doesn't work well in Final Fantasy as far as I'm concerned, man. And sorry for anybody that's a Kingdom Hearts fan in the chat, but hey, whatever. It's not my fault that game sucks, but that's whatever. That's here or there.
Okay. I wish you had a bigger platform to say this shit and just so I could sit back.
I'm just trolling
sit
people
back
today,
with
man.
a bag of gummy bears and just watch fan bases trash the shit out of your opinion, bro. Like,
well, that's fine. I mean, how is that any different today?
You have some
how is that any different today?
How is that any different today? Conflicting opinions.
Hey man, I don't care. It's not my fault people don't want to hear the fucking truth.
We want to talk about. This is a topic was given to me by Andrew Wilkins. Why does Fatal,
oh boy, what shitty topic did he give you?
Why does Fatal suck ass so much all the time, every year? Okay, we're gonna cover that one.
Every year, I don't know about that.
Okay, so we're.
I asked him to show me his gamer tag. Motherfucker messages me.
No, that's
so he doesn't even have an Xbox.
That's the topic.
What?
I added.
No, that's a topic that I'm adding to that fucking factor. I was like, yo, how can you sit there and tell me and talk all this shit about Xbox if you don't even have one? Like, what the fuck? Who does that shit?
True Witty said...
Close-minded motherfuckers. That's who does that shit.
True Witty just sent a $2 super chat. He says, Final Fantasy VII...
Fuck you, Andrew. Love you, buddy.
If you don't play, you're not a fan or a gamer.
Final Fantasy Remake, if you don't play, you're not a fan or a gamer.
Well,
you can be a fan, True Witty. And why would you...
What? Goopy gig?
Why do people always use that? Why do people always use that? No offense, True Witty. I get what you're saying, but that is such a most idiotic, sheer stupidity thing anybody can sit there and say to anyone. Because in the same breath, people can sit there and say the same shit about, oh, if you're a fan of the original, then you shouldn't be fucking buying a remake that has a shitty-ass combat system that's taken right from Kingdom Hearts, just modified. Oh, I don't like turn-based anymore. Then obviously you didn't like Final Fantasy VII when you played originally.
Got him on that one.
Gamers are fucking stupid, man.
I disagree with that one, Fatal, because everybody's gaming styles change. Mine has totally changed in the last 20 years. So whereas things that we might have used to like some people used to like turn-based, as we get older, they might not like turn-based anymore.
But even that makes no sense to me, man. You shouldn't grow out of something.
Yeah, we all mature. We all mature and change as time goes on. Look at the types of music we listen to. The music I listen to now.
Well,
no, what I'm talking about is the music types I used to listen to 25, 30 years ago, I don't listen to now because I grew out of it.
Shame, Snow Bunny. Shame.
I mean, hey, it happens. Shit happens like that. Like some games that I used to love, like the types of games I play now, I wouldn't have played 30 years ago. Just because I grew into different hobbies and things.
See, it's complete opposite for me.
Well, what you say is legal, and we're gonna move on to the next topic.
Yo, fuck your foot.
Okay.
Fuck your foot.
Next topic
a good topic.
Is one of the what you say, Sam?
Mature is
no, just that whole Final Fantasy VII thing. You know, it's funny. A lot of people really think the opposite. Like, at least just from like purists of Final Fantasy. So if you start off from 7, they'll think you're actually like very mainstream or casual. It's not hardcore at all. Just depending on whose opinion you ask about, though.
Yeah,
it's true.
Like people didn't start with 7. They usually started with 6 of them before that.
Oh yeah. Oh, I understand that. Yeah, bro. That's the thing. I don't agree with that either. Like, if you just started with Final Fantasy 7 and then you skip, like, let's say you skip 8 and 9, and then you
Yeah.
played 10, and then you skipped 11, then you played 12, you skipped 13, then you played 15. You see what I'm saying? If you did shit like that, that's kind of weird to me. It's just like with Kingdom Hearts. If you skip 1 and played 2, and then just played 3, but you didn't play any of the other stories, it's just kind of weird to me as a gamer. At which
You see, and that's my problem with that. That's my problem with the Kingdom Hearts franchise. Not now, because that problem's been rectified because of the collection, but before that existed last gen, I'm sorry, but I don't want to have to go to my way to buy a fucking a DS, a 3DS, a PSP, just to get the whole entire narrative of the fucking story structure. Garbage. Moving on.
Can I just say something that was on our previous topic? It's to do with the PS5. I don't think it's coming out this year. I think it's going to be delayed a year so they can bring it out for 400.
Okay, we will consider that an opinion. We will consider that.
If you think about the PS4 and then the PS4 Pro, they both met the same price point. And I think they like that point and they want to keep it no matter what. And in a year's time, all the components will have settled down in price and they can go back to buying in bulk and make it a really strong launch. And then the games that everyone's looking forward to that are going to be cross-gen are all going to come out for the PS4 Pro. They're not going to be delayed by a year. So you won't have to wait until 2021, November or whatever, for these things to hit. You're going to get your Ghost of Tsushima and you're going to get your Last of Us 2 when you thought you were going to get them. And you're just going to get new games for the PS5 when that launches that we don't even know the names of yet.
That's interesting. Well, look.
If you think about
Adam
it,
has a prediction that in May they're going to do a gamer reveal. You have a prediction that they're going to delay it by a year.
I think they're going to keep it.
What do you mean by a year? Do you think it's going to still be like
the
holiday
year
of 2021, or it's going to be?
It will launch November 2021.
Okay. We're gonna,
it's not
again.
March,
I can't. I don't know you 100% well to like take that into effect, and it's not like a fact. But I will definitely remember that you said that. And if
I like making.
Do you think it's true?
I'm basing it off no rumors. What I'm doing is looking at it from the business case. And I think it makes business sense to do that. Because if I was Sony, I would not be in the slightest bit worried about Microsoft stealing a march on me.
Honestly, I wish they would act like that, because I don't need the system coming out this year either.
I mean, the PS4 Pro is fantastic.
Well, they're trying to make every last dollar on it. So.
That would be, again, we have that on the topics too, where they said they weren't going to delay their system if the competitor doesn't, which is Xbox. So that would mean if they delay theirs, Xbox would definitely delay theirs. But from what they said, and this is public, they're not delaying their shit if Xbox doesn't delay theirs.
I think the Xbox will launch this year. I don't think they've got a problem with supply. And I don't think it's going to sell very well. Now, I'm buying one. I'm buying one because I want to play Microsoft Flight Simulator on it.
Can you buy me one?
So that was like, I think it'll be
skip over that.
I think it'll be $600. I think it'll be really expensive.
That's gonna be crazy.
Well, they're looking to get that head start, so I mean, they're gonna rush that system out. That's what they've done the last 2 generations.
Yeah, I look, Microsoft. I said this. I said this multiple times. Even if PlayStation was to delay, even if they were to delay their system, Microsoft would still go forward. They don't even care if the virus was still surging, or let's say it goes away for the summer and picks up during the holiday season. They don't care. They're still gonna launch that system. Microsoft has, ever since the 360 that I know them, they don't really give a fuck. They look at this as a big win for them if that was to happen. So So if Sony delays their system, they look at that as a win. They believe that if they're looking back at 2005, they believe that gamers don't have a choice in buying anything else, and that they will only buy their systems. And there might be something there because it did happen before. I don't know if it will happen again because you still have a pretty compelling system with the PS4, the types of games that will be released. I mean, it's interesting. Again, business, I can agree. But as far outside of anything in business, I don't think that's gonna happen. But if we'll see, we're almost in May, so we'll get all the facts from the company themselves in May. I don't think they're gonna wait all the way to June because Microsoft's obviously going in June, so they definitely want to have a month to talk about the PS5, and May is cleared out now that The Last of Us has been delayed. So you don't have to worry about May being the month of The Last of Us. May
Can you explain to me why Ghost of Tsushima isn't in trouble, but The Last of Us is just it's a big question mark all over it?
I don't know.
That game is scheduled to come out after
I have
that.
some thoughts on that, which are based on things I've heard. There was when they were making Naughty Dog were making The Lost Legacy, they pushed their staff very hard, and they at the end of the project, a lot of them left, and these were senior developers, and they went and tried to find people who are equally talented, and there just weren't those people around in the market. You know, already working in a good job, or they didn't want to come over to work at Naughty Dog and do those crunch hours. So they got junior developers who were all kind of wide-eyed at the prospect of working at Naughty Dog, and they were the ones who were knuckling down and doing the crunch. So this has been how it is at Naughty Dog. They tend to burn through their staff. It was reported that when they were working on this new game, the Last of Us 2, they were like they were making mistakes. And I thought, yes, they will do because they're junior. They've not got the experience of the previous set of staff that they had that they lost. And that's why it got delayed a year in its production, because it needed more time to get the quality up. So it's.
But what about right now, though? Do you think it was never ready?
Delayed once, and it's fine now. I think it's going to release on time. I think its gameplay is going to be pretty much the same as the first one. It's not going to be all that inspired. It's not going to have genius things in it that are new. And I think the story and the motion capture and the characterization and
I'll be back.
going to be really good. I think that part of it's going to be the strongest element. But if you were looking at the game as a game developing over the previous one, you would have got that with the previous staff staying on because they would have innovated more. But with the staff just being junior people, I'm not sure it's going to have that many new ideas in it. And any management that are there are probably going to say, let's just keep it a regular sequel, keep it fairly generic with what we've established because that works. Which is fine. I mean, it's almost like a DLC. Because you had Left Behind, and it's going to be that, but on a much bigger scope. And it will have new ideas in it, but it just won't be blindingly different in terms of creativity, in terms of the gameplay.
I didn't really think the first one was that original, to be honest. It was just the story that was captivating.
But, I mean, the bit that's really going to hit home is the motion capture, the performances, the story, all of that's going to be tip-top. So I don't have any worries about that and people liking it. And I think because that's what they're going for the game for, that's the main thing that matters to them, it won't be a problem for anyone. Whereas if you go off and look at, say, 343 and Halo Infinite, everything hinges on how they do the gameplay in that. And if they make it wrong in any way, it could be a complete disaster. And it's almost irrelevant what the campaign's like.
Yeah, it's just for them to funnel you into the multiplayer so you can spend money.
Focus that game. It's so multiplayer focused that it's critical that they get it right. And all they really need to do is make it like Halo 3. And it's taken them 3 games to kind of get to the point where they're kind of there's some signs coming out of 343 that they're actually going to make it like Halo 3 because they tried it every game they made was like Call of Duty. and like they were chasing after Call of Duty's market. And you're thinking, well, we've got a Call of Duty. If we want to play Black Ops or Advanced Warfare, we can play those. But why are we trying to make facsimiles of them? And the positive signs are coming out. That there was a thing that came out of the Master Chief Insider program that I was part of, that they was a rumor going around saying that they were not having Spartan abilities in Halo 6, which is now, of course, called Halo Infinite. But they were keeping Sprint, and I was unhappy when I heard that they were keeping Sprint because I wanted them to get rid of that as well. But I thought, that's progress, because I really hate ground pound, Spartan charge, thrust, all of those things, all those abilities. I detest that. I think it makes it into Advanced Warfare. It loses its identity. I don't mind playing Advanced Warfare, but I don't want my Halo to be Call of Duty.
I guess they did that because they thought it would be trendy. Because, like you mentioned, Call of Duty was doing it, and then obviously Titanfall did it, so they were probably just thinking it was a trend to hop on.
And then there was a still image that there was of a head-up display, and it was Halo, and it had a grappling hook. And I thought, you better not be making it so you can run on walls, with a grapple hook like Titanfall 2. And then they kind of came out and said, no, that's nothing to do with it. This is something else. And I just thought, I don't really completely believe you won't do that, because that's been a fear. That's been kind of like a joke going around in the community that they're now going to copy Titanfall because of its success. So,
you want to read that donation, competitive?
What?
I got a donation. Want to read that off?
You can read it out. Yeah, sure.
All right, President PlayStation. Yo, Jay, $2 by the way. Your voice volume is low as hell, brother. I tried telling him that a bunch of times, President PlayStation.
Yeah. I don't know if it's the. Hold on, man. I don't know if it's the if it's Discord or it's Streamlabs. It's either one of them. But I've showed Sam that I haven't maxed out. I might just have to yell at the mic. Can you guys hear me now? Foot.
I was gonna say raise your decibels on OBS. Go to advanced properties and raise the decibels.
Where do I go?
So go to right click on it where the mixer part of it is, and it'll give you the option to go to advanced audio properties.
Because they changed my fucking format again. I don't know why they did that. Let me see.
Yeah, they update it for the worst sometimes.
I know they updated and then they fucked with this format again. Audio mixer.
I mean, look at YouTube.
There you go. Okay. Let me save this. Scene selector. Blah blah blah. Okay. You said mess with the audio mixer.
No, go to advanced audio properties and just raise the decibel on your mic.
You said advanced
you could type
audio properties?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm at the advanced section. Okay, there we go. We got audio. Audio monitoring device? What's that?
Alright, so it's going to say desktop video capture. Just go to the one where it says your mic.
Okay. Stream delay. Automatic reconnect. I'm not seeing any of that stuff. And you said on Streamlabs?
Okay, you know where you're normally seeing the screen? Like where it shows you the volumes for each specific thing you have? The video capture, the desktop, your mic?
Yeah.
On that specific little quadrant, right click on it, and it'll give you the option to go to advanced properties or audio properties. Just right click on that section.
Okay. All they're doing is giving me the unhide all. They're just giving me that. I'm right clicking on it. I really want to
really change shit up on that.
Yeah, I know. I can see my mic volume. It's fucking high as shit. It's hitting red. So I don't know why it's fucking low. I'm pretty sure it's fucking. Hold on, man. Let me go. Shit. Hello. Testing. Look at my foot.
No, I don't know what's wrong.
I had to get hooked up to the PS4 yesterday. I had it hooked up to the PS4 yesterday, and it was no fucking problem. Not a single fucking problem. So how low?
Yeah, it might just be the headset.
Dangerously low, like you guys really can't hear me.
Like when anybody else talks now, you're inaudible.
Okay. Hello. Let me turn that off. Okay. echo cancellation, noise cancellation, automatic gain control. What the fuck is that?
You can jack up the gain. There you go. I mean, you can try anything.
Okay. Enable quality of service high packet priority. I don't know what that means. When others speak. Lower volume of others applications. Okay. When I speak. No. We'll keep that shit. Show warning and Discord detector. Okay. Is it better now, guys? Let me know if it's better. There was some shit talking.
Sound lower.
I sound lower? What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, you're sounding lower than me now.
Okay, so it's definitely Discord. It's not I hate dealing with shit like this. Hello. Is it better now?
Okay, I'll just finish up just saying a couple of things about Halo.
My foot.
There's some toys at a toy fair that show that the artwork is returning to the classic style of Halo 3. And a lot of people are looking at that and saying, okay, that and the trailer means that they are maybe learning their lesson and they're going back to classic gameplay because the look fits the look of that game. So it's mildly encouraging for once that the Halo community is actually saying people are listening to the veterans that have been around since the game first came out, and they're going to try and make a game that's sort of a bit like Halo Combat Evolved in terms of story and with some of the gameplay elements of Halo 3. And they're not going to put these Spartan abilities in it. And if that's the case, they're all right then, because Halo 3 sold 14.5 million copies. So if you're going to pick something to...
Amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Young has a valuable one.
Okay. Do you think it's going to be a disaster, Halo Infinite?
I don't think it's going to be like Bleeding Edge, like per se, but it's
I don't
just.
think it's going to be like Bleeding Edge. I don't think Bleeding Edge is terrible. I mean, it looks, from what footage I saw.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Great.
Huh?
Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear me good, but I'm so fucking pissed off.
Well, you sound louder now.
Oh, well, that's good. I've set everything to default. I don't give a fuck. Who cares?
Well, you sounded the same all along, so I think it's
yeah. I don't know.
He can't hear you.
That's what I'm thinking. I think it's just like certain people just can't fucking hear me. So I don't know. I don't know how that shit is. Why?
Am I okay? I'm on the new device with a different microphone.
Okay. I hope you guys can hear me. If not, we're gonna have to deal with it later. I'm trying my best. My mic is literally down my throat. It's not the mic. It's the stupid ass Discord. Obviously, it's not Streamlabs. It's Discord. So Halo, basically what you were saying. Halo needs to change, or needs to go back to its roots. I think I heard a lot of fans saying that. Like, the Halo should go back to the roots.
Well, the way to make it fit with the people who like Halo 5, and I know that a lot of people who've come to the game now and play it actively would like resist any change of it going back, is that you just make it so that all the Halo 5 stuff is still in custom games. Because custom games, you can play it any way you like. So you just make it so there's another way of like pick whatever generation of Spartan you want to play as, and then set up your custom game and bring in any weapon from any of the other Halo games, including Halo Reach. If you've got a concussion rifle or a needle rifle, run around, have some fun.
Kachanga.
Wow.
So there's not a difficulty. You can have Arena be, Spartan 2s, and then you can have custom games be anything you like.
I thought they were just going to implement a battle royale mode with the new one, anyway.
Yeah, I know they've said that. I don't think when Frank O'Connor said there weren't, but I think they're probably going to do something of that nature that is not actually battle royale. So, what I've always wanted to see in Halo is, Halo Wars. Well, I'd like it to be like that, but you're in first person. So you're fighting as part of a group of like warthogs and.
So like a war setting.
You're in a war and it's first person, so it's got everything thrown in there. Massive Covenant battle against the UNSC, and it just blows everyone's minds with how much is going on, how many troops are on the field. And I think that the new consoles could do that.
So basically like Mag.
But I mean, that might have to be to do that.
I actually forgot that we even had a show today.
Oh dear,
Adam.
Okay. I almost did too.
I was just like, yo, I literally looked and I was like, wait a minute, Sunday. Oh shit, Sunday show. And I saw it on YouTube, fucking live. Went, oh crap.
I would have talked to you guys this week, but I've really been frustrated with leaving early and not having enough time to play the game. So I just sat in the sewer and grinded on Final Fantasy VII. So I don't know. I probably we'll probably talk more. I mean, I'll just get in Discord, I guess, and we just talk while I'm grinding and shit. But I gotta leave at 1 now, so I only have like 3 hours if I wake up at 10. Other than that, it's like fucking like 2 hours.
Well, you got suspended.
No. That was like fucking 2 days. No, I'm talking about like the new normal schedule. So it's fucking crazy.
You're leaving at the same time?
No. I'm because I have to be to work at 3. I have to clock in actually at 3 instead of I used to have to clock in at 5. So I was leaving at 2 to get there at 5 just so I could have extra time in the city. But now it's nothing to do in the city, and I have to be at work at 3, so I have to leave at 1. I could leave at 12, but I'm like, hey, I'm gonna cut it close and leave at 1. I don't know if the schedule's ever gonna be put back together. Like, it all depends on if this chaos continues. I wanted to talk about this. This is the next topic. I think we're skipping one topic. Let me check. Are we skipping anything? We are skipping one, but let's not skip it. Let's we talked about what the fuck? Oh shit, fuck it. It's on the screen. Let's talk. We got 2 Cyberpunk things to talk about. We're gonna combine them. So the Cyberpunk 2077 collectors, no, not the collectors, the limited edition Xbox One X console was revealed or leaked, and it's coming out in June, right? But the game's not coming out until September. How does anybody feel about that? I'm pretty sure nobody's gonna get the console here, but is it a little weird that they're still going forward to release the console in the month that the game was supposed to come out, even though the game got delayed until like autumn?
It's in June, you said. That's
yeah, the console's coming out in June. The game's coming out in September.
Yeah, the game originally was coming out in April. Well, actually, 16th of April to be precise, which already passed. That's when this news dropped.
Yeah.
It dropped on the day it should have initially come out, which, if I'm not correct, Cyberpunk last time they did a news drop, they did the exact same thing when, I think it was when they announced the game first off. But the console, I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, a lot of people said the console is a little ugly. I don't mind the controller, obviously. That's probably.
I mean,
I
the
mean,
thing is Nintendo does that quite a bit with some of their consoles. They'll release them like a month or two before the game launches, or a couple weeks before the game launch. So I mean, I just think that it was already set to go. I think the consoles are already made, so they're ready to ship them.
Mm.
I mean, to be honest, like with this whole scenario, because I remember when that shit dropped, man. So a lot of Xbox fans talking about what could this be? What could this be? It's like, what do you think it fucking could be? It's fucking Cyberpunk. And then it's like, oh, what could it be? Could it be a demo? Could a demo be dropping on Monday? Oh my god, imagine. And it's just like, no, it's a fucking console and a controller. And it's like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, at first I thought they weren't even going to get a special limited edition console. I know they made a special graphics card for PC that looks like that, but I didn't think they were going to be doing a
I think
console.
they're going all out. CD Projekt Red got a lot of money. This is their next new biggest game. They're gonna go all out when it comes to promotion, even when it comes to like hardware based promotion. So,
yeah, of course.
I don't know if Microsoft cut the biggest check. They obviously probably did.
They did. They did. They got advertising on this game.
Yeah, they obviously did. Even if I think they could just did the promotion with PlayStation and did a bigger deal. Obviously, it's gonna sell more copies over there. But hey, why not get a big chunk of money from the advertisement from Microsoft? The game still sells better on PlayStation and PC. I mean, it's a win-win for CD Projekt Red.
You just said that. That's the reason why they cut the check with Microsoft.
It's like Tomb Raider.
They knew that they were going to get more money from Sony. PlayStation, like people that have PlayStation, they're getting more money from because again, more consoles out there. Whereas with Microsoft, Xbox, they don't. It's like fuck it. How about make the summary of sales off of the game, what we can get, and then on top of that, we just get some more money from Microsoft itself. That's what they're doing.
Why Microsoft would want to be still paying for this towards the end of the generation? I mean, I wouldn't even know.
They're
what's the point of this?
And they have money to spend. I mean,
well, why don't you spend that on developers to make better games?
I don't know.
They don't believe in that, Sam.
Okay.
It's never.
They obviously don't.
And then they wonder why they lose in the video game market. Like, does this sound stupid as shit, or is it just me?
No, bro, it is stupid, but they're hoping, and I know the fans are hoping, and I know the Xbox game studios are hoping. They hope that Sony fucks up and makes a mistake. They're looking for them to delay the new hardware, or for them to price it wrong, or for the fans to get pissed off by one of their fucking decisions. They're just hoping that Sony fucks up so fucking bad that they can be on top again. I mean, that's all you can hope for at this point.
That is a really, really bad mentality if that's what they're doing.
I mean, it's bad mentality, but what else could it mean? Like, they're not trying to beat Sony. They're not actually putting forward the effort to make better games.
With Microsoft is very fucking weird right now because again, 1 minute they say one thing, the next minute say another. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Right? We had the bullshit line of we don't care about console wars, but then all of a sudden, was it a few weeks back or a month with Ryan McCarthy on that fucking thing talking about we've got a winning strategy. It's like, why are you saying a winning strategy when you say that you're not in the console war?
And then when they start losing again, they're gonna go neutral, just like the fan base. Exactly. Like, it's okay. We all need to be happy. Yada blah.
Exactly, bro. If you don't like winning, you don't like losing, or you don't like competition, bro, don't fucking talk about it. Simple as.
That dude said, I know you're talking about the unlocked one with Ryan McCaffrey. He was saying they had a flexible price strategy. So he's acting like he wants to compete in the console space.
Yeah, of course he does, man.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, okay, you did all of this fake-ass blue ocean strategy like Nintendo, pretending that you didn't want to be competitive with PlayStation. Now you have new hardware and you say, hey, we're ready to be competitive again. Like, I don't know the rules of this shit, you know? But can you just turn that competitive switch on and off when you want to and be taken seriously?
Well, some eyes, yeah. But again, like, depends on if you treat that individual.
He just did it a couple months ago. That's what I'm saying. Well, not a couple months ago. Maybe like a half a year ago, last year. He fucking did this shit and said that they weren't going to be competitive with PlayStation, and now you're trying to be competitive again.
Yeah, exactly. Again, it depends. It's like a race car driver in a sense, right? No, 1 year they might be signed to a team that isn't really got the best of the car, right? Mm-hmm. Next year comes along, that same driver gets a fucking contract with Ferrari, has a good fucking, or betting, no, let's douse that. McLaren, no, not McLaren, Mercedes, sorry. And it's like, oh shit, this is a really good car. I can win with this car. Like, yeah, all you got to do is make sure you drive it properly. Next thing you know, with the championship, I'm competing again. Oh yeah, fuck you guys. Haha. Nah. Not that, mate. Not like that.
He tried to be slick too with the games coming on, like Cuphead and Ori to the Switch. He really tried to be slick. Like the way he worded it, he was like, "We're gonna try to be less confusing, and basically keep those games only on Xbox next generation." How I fucking heard that was, if they don't sell, it's gonna happen again. And that's what I don't like about him. He just thinks he's too slick with those words.
What you said about that with his words? Repeat all that.
Like the games that are coming to, like, obviously consoles or other brands besides Xbox, like they're stupid. Like when they publish the games like Ori or Cuphead, he's saying they're going to provide more clarity on that so that it's only for Xbox next generation. And he really tried to word that shit carefully if you listen to that interview.
Well, yeah, because like we said, Sam, like the amount of times where he's done interviews and he's slipped so badly, he watches his words carefully this time around.
He's gonna have to, cause you know that this dude, he does that shit. He does the same thing that fucking Aaron Greenberg does. He gets so hyped and passionate about Xbox, just like the fans, and he says some dumb, crazy shit.
He was basically kumbaya with these games, and all of a sudden he's gonna just pull it back and say, "Hey, we're gonna just carefully choose some words."
It wasn't like, I don't know how to say it. Was it half a year? It wasn't half a year because it was basically after last year's E3 that he started putting out these statements that we're all one and we're not gonna be competitive and shit like that. It was like after you lost E3 when your competitor wasn't even at E3 and you got shitted on by, like, what was it, the commercial, the trailer for Final Fantasy VII shitted on a lot of people, and what Nintendo did, they were just shitting on Xbox and Doom, and it was like no one cared about Xbox, and they were the only person basically at E3, and they still lost, and it was like then they woke up and said, okay, yeah, we're not gonna be competitive anymore, and then surprise, at the end of last year, let's be competitive, we have a new system. It's like, I don't take them seriously at this point. I don't care how anybody else sees them. I'm not taking them seriously. I haven't even been looking
at any sort of gaming news this week, mainly because there hasn't been fucking any apart from that janky ass fucking console.
Well, we still got to talk about your best friend.
Who?
You know.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Oh, you talk about Schreier leaving Kotaku.
Yeah, boy.
Well, I'll tell you right now, man.
We gotta talk about this because somebody here knows why he really left.
Well, I could care less. Like, a lot of people said this shit, and a lot of people, when that news was announced, man, I'm saying right now, bro. Kotaku, no offense to him, but their whole fucking shebang is gone. Every person that was even remotely looking at Kotaku, even talked about Kotaku, is not. I don't see actually happening anymore.
Bro, they were irrelevant when he was there, bro. And I'm not hating on the guy, but I didn't like Kotaku even when he was there.
Fucking reason Kotaku is even irrelevant. That's how bad it is. No one can change my mind or any other person's mind. He was the one that made Kotaku relevant. He left.
Really?
Yes.
I mean,
They can't
I
just hire
didn't even
another.
know he worked at Kotaku that long, bro.
Like, how many times, right? When people talk
didn't.
about Kotaku, right, or bring up
Until he broke
Kotaku,
the news about Horizon Zero Dawn, I didn't even know who a Jason Schreier was. I'm not even joking.
just like literally just off the back of the hand, Sam, man. Like, how many people retweet fucking Kotaku articles that are made by fucking him? Loads.
Okay, he's a god. You got me.
Like,
He's
no
a
one
rocket.
gives a
That's
shit
what
about
the fuck
anyone
he
else,
is.
man. I've read probably like 2 or 3 or 4 other articles that were actually decent. Apart from that, it's
True
mainly
Witty
been
sent the
Schreier.
$2 super chat that I didn't see. He said that Phil Spencer tried to dodge the question of power. When did he do that? I don't really pay attention to that guy because
Well,
he's a
when
liar.
McCaffrey asked him about it, he said he was happy. You know, when they revealed
Oh
the PS5
yeah.
stuff.
Oh okay. He happy with where they were. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. He did dodge the question. Hey bro, the game's gonna do the talking. That's all I'm gonna say. The games are gonna do the talking. And all I'm gonna say, I hope they don't have these passion project B-list type of games to show off the power. Because that's not what gamers and your fans want to see. They want to see games that's going to take advantage of all of that power day one. They don't want to wait 2 years. They need this now. So I hope Phil Spencer's first party lineup game studios are ready with some fucking hot fire. That's the only way you got to beat PlayStation next gen.
In that whole fire.
Guys, you gotta beat them, bro. You gotta beat them. Beat PlayStation with games. Can't beat them with features and fucking teraflops. We gotta see what those games look like. I mean, you got 6 teraflops and you releasing Sea of Thieves and shit. I mean, that's not. Come on, man. Nah, come on, man.
I'm telling that shit right now. I think somebody said this shit, and I think this always gets really like agitating, and like I think people have the right to say it as well. If like they come out the gates hot, right, and they start doing what they normally do, right, they start selling the consoles, so on and so forth, and let's just say like presumably again Game Pass, what you get on Game Pass is substantially worse than what you used to get, and again he starts cutting back on some things like some promises, bro. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I hope people call out Phil and Xbox for fucking being snakes, because I wouldn't be surprised if a company like that does it, where like because they're winning, because they're gaining a lot of money, right? Like, fuck it, let's go back on our fuck shit and like, you know, do that sort of thing. I would not be fucking surprised. Would not be surprised. It's a company at the end of the day. Like someone said about the whole $1 trillion thing. A lot of people bring up Microsoft and $1 trillion, like share that. Again, Microsoft, yes. Xbox, no. Are they owned by Microsoft? Yes. But have they got a budget of that? No. Like, it is the sense, or it all depends on if Microsoft, what they write on the check at the end of the day. They're not writing $1 trillion or fucking billions of dollars. They're writing mils, man. That's what they'll probably be doing. And that's if it's like substantial to put that million on them. Like, because right now, I think Microsoft has spent a fuck ton of money on Xbox these past few years, trying to set them up for what presumably is their charge, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that shit don't work, let's just say, and like all the things they're doing right now, like being very vocal about things and all this other shit, and like they have more consoles coming out within the first few months than a PlayStation are, and they still are losing or they're not gaining traction, bro, there's something wrong with them. I can only say that much. It's literally only wrong with them. So yeah.
Yeah, Social just mentioned that. I mean, what about them pulling a Nintendo card and doing something like very unorthodox instead of trying to match power in games?
What's that?
Who?
Are they just going to keep doing the same shit every generation and finish third, but just make like a little bit of money or whatever?
Like, here's the thing, right? This is a knock to America, but it's a sense of power, brute force power narrative. It always has been the fucking case. I mean, think about it in the sense of Ferrari and Ford, right? That fucking storyline, right? Ford made a car, right, and went up against Ferrari with brute force fucking power. Did it work from the rip? No, it didn't. They had to bring in the right people to fucking fix those problems. And that's just fucking plain facts. And that's what Microsoft has been doing for the past few years. That we've been seeing with Scorpio or X, whatever you fucking want to call it. And with this series, like they're using brute force fucking power to basically try and win things. That is never the fucking case. It never is. I mean, fuck, take Nintendo for instance, bro. They ain't got brute force power. Why? Because they don't fucking believe in that shit. They know that the thing that's, the mentality of their console, what makes their console, what makes their just fundamentals, their fan base very easy to grasp is again their games, their content, and again it's some wacky fucking games like Animal Crossing. But do you see people not buying that game? Fuck no. You see thousands or millions of people buying that game, and people that you wouldn't even expect a day in your life to fucking buy it, and they're buying it. I've been seeing Call of Duty Pro, Call of Duty players and esports players of Overwatch chat play Animal Crossing. I don't know if it's because of the whole quarantine situation or it's because it's that sort of game. But yeah, man, I said, no offense to America, again, it's this American mentality where they just think brute force is the way, this is the thing that's gonna, that's how you do it. It's no.
It's weird because I want to know one thing. We should definitely talk about it. I've always wanted to talk about this with other gamers. When the 360 came out, fast, and they knew they had problems. They knew the game system was going to scratch your disc if you moved it even slightly. They knew that they had a power problem with it, that it would overheat and fucking brick the system and kill it.
Yeah.
Were they heading for power, or did they just think that they had a powerful system because they didn't know what PlayStation was doing? Did they care?
That's literally what you just said. They thought they had a powerful console because they came out first. There was no one else around them.
Okay, so they didn't. At that point in time, they had no idea what PlayStation was doing.
Well, no. Well, I mean, they knew what obviously they knew that PlayStation were going to come out with a brand new console, but theoretically, they didn't have a back fucking doorway saying, "Oh yeah, we know what they're doing," sort of thing.
So so when they came out, they really believed that they had the most powerful system.
Well, yeah, because they came out first. That's how it always is, man. If you're out first, man, you have the powerful console, right? But I'm saying day and date release. So let's just say I don't know. I was thinking about the whole.
It's a weird generation, last generation, though.
Well, yeah, it was a weird generation because it was up and down, up and down, up and down. But as we saw last generation, PlayStation pulled it back humongously, and even with the crutches of the fucking hardware of what they had in that console, they still were able to pull it out of their fucking asses. And obviously, the more that generation went on, the more some third-party studios started to understand and realize what the cell processor was all about. Which kind of was a good thing. But again, it only, that whole nutshell is, it's because of the economy, bullcrap. But yeah, I mean, I look at the because I saw a lot this week, right, with the Bloomberg article and shit like that, man. And I'm not gonna lie, bro, I don't take the Bloomberg articles as serious as what other people do, and I don't know why. They did some really factual, fucking analytics, on that shit, right? But I always look at it and I'm I just fucking roll my eyes at it in some points, man, because the guy that wrote it, I think the reason why is because the guy that wrote the fucking article, he's notorious for chatting out of his ass, and loads of people that are, a lot of people that have seen his name, I saw in the threads and shit like that, were saying other people, journalists, were saying how he was at Wall Street at one point, and he got fired because of some of the narratives he tried to push in certain articles, which weren't fucking true. And I look at this one, everyone believes every fucking word he says. I'm like, why? I never really got it. But I mean, based on the article, I did read it, right? They say, what was it, 5 to 6 million within the up until March, they said that they're going to have. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. No, the limited supply?
Yeah. It's up in the potential short supply up until March, right? And then they'll start getting better. Correct?
Yeah, that was
wasn't
supposed to
that
the rumor.
similar though?
Because this is based on the
PS4 was
financial.
similar to that strategy. Like they did sell out of their stock in December, and
because this is based on the financial. It's based on March being the financial year, the end of the again, like every company looks towards March because of the financial year aspects. That's why that's the case. But looking at that number, 5 to 6 million compared to what is 7.5 million, yes, there is less, but not by a massive margin. Like, I mean, hell, like if it was like 7.5 to like 2 to 3, like 2 million, 3 million, I'll be like, yes, of course. But that isn't. I mean, obviously, yes, it's still a million, like 1.5 or 2 million, but it isn't that much of a drop off. You. I mean, we always discuss this, right? You got to understand the economy after this shit goes away, right? How many people are going to actually have money to fucking spend on a fucking brand new console? Like, yeah, no shit.
Well,
like,
look, if the gamers that are smart, let me put it this way: the gamers that are smart, they are gonna use this stimulus package check in the United States, and they're gonna make sure they put that money towards getting a PS5. I know I am. So I'm good.
Yeah, I heard about that shit.
Yeah, I got my 1,200, and then I think that they said we were supposed to get another one, but I don't know if we are.
I'm saying right now, man,
they're trying to get it approved.
Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna get approved because Trump is trying to force everybody to go back to normal life purposely so they don't have to give that money to the people. But they're gonna have to give that money to the people anyway because our economy is in shambles right now. People just might not notice it until they say, "Hey, let's open the country back up," and businesses say, "Hey, we can't open our fucking business because we don't have the money."
Nah, small businesses are getting destroyed.
Exactly.
Can I just ask, by the way, the beach protest or wherever the fuck it was, something beach.
What beach?
Yeah, in Florida.
Yeah, like can I ask real quick, what is that? What is that about? Because in my mind, it was about them not having to isolate. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, that was trending. Right. Recently it was California, but the one you're talking about, that was in Florida, where
yeah,
it was
what was
thousands
it about?
of people.
Was it about trying to get the shit cleared up, or was it about
No, they're protesting being told to stay at home. So those are the idiots that are not listening and they're going out there in spite of the warnings.
I thought they opened the beaches on Friday. Florida's dumbass opened it. They listened to Trump and they opened the beach.
It was the governor that opened it.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. Where did the protest come from? Because a couple states said they were going to open it, and Florida was one of them.
Because from what I gathered of this, I saw a lot of people tweeting about it. From what I can gather, it's basically a bunch of stupid fucking idiots not being fucking told what to do right. Like basically self-isolate so we can get protect people, keep the shit contained, and what blah blah. And these motherfuckers coming out in full force saying, "No, we're not going to do that." All right, cool. Well, have you looked at the numbers in America recently? Do you see them still rising? I fucking do. Fucking idiots, bro.
Yeah, they're the world leader by a lot now.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. We gotta get back on topic, but I don't like that they're trying to force everybody to reopen the country when there's a surge in the virus and the people that have it and the deaths. So it's kind of like you can take that risk if you want to because it's nice and pretty outside. It's hot. It's summertime, right? Summertime's right around the corner. But what happens when the virus doesn't go away and people still catch it in the summertime? What will your excuse be then? When do you have to wait until the virus magically goes away?
People they have to learn the hard way.
Exactly. They're going to have to learn the hard way. It's summertime. There's shit I had planned this year. I wanted to travel. I wanted to go to some of these events. I know these events aren't opening. None of them are. So I'm cool with that. I'll just do what we do here with the computer and shit.
Gamescom got cancelled, Comic-Con got cancelled, and we all started coming, but still,
Gamescom is cancelled?
Because again, Germany, the German government, basically fucking shut it down. It wasn't their choice. The German government, fuck no, you're getting hit with the ban.
What makes you think the virus is going away?
Oh, I didn't say that. I'm
No, what I'm
saying
saying is kind of
I'm
ways
saying
to
that
get.
my stupid ass president of this country claims that the virus will go away in the summertime, and that's why he wants to open up the country
I
in
mean,
attempt
again, like it
Okay.
does.
in
It
an
will.
attempt to
It will help.
refuse to give out the following check. Because if you open up the country, you can claim that everybody has a job and everybody's working, so they don't need that additional
Yeah.
check.
I mean, the
Okay.
thing is, the whole hot weather situation. It obviously not necessarily saying it's going to go away fucking completely, but it will help diminish.
Oh, I know it will, but the way that
No,
Americans
it
are
won't.
thinking right now, they literally believe it will die in the summer.
Because
No,
it's a
that's
sense
right.
of when it comes to immune systems, right? Right, your immune system is absolutely at its fucking lowest point within the fucking winter because it's cold again. You're more vulnerable to these sort of fucking factors, right? More than other people. Again, even though like it might be hot weather, some people might have a shit immune system. They can still get ill. Like I've seen loads of people have that sort of problem. But for me, like I know people that I know, bro. Like yeah, hot weather. It is that case of like again, you don't have to worry about the whole immune system like nearly as much. Like a lot of people drink and eat certain things in the winter, right? To bulk up and stuff like that. When it comes down to but like the fundamentals of it is does it necessarily mean that like it's gonna kill shit? No. Like, it's I think it was like that scene out of fucking that film Evolution with the fucking Head and Shoulders shampoo where they burn the fucking infection. It gets more fucking bigger and bigger and bigger. Like they thought fire could fucking kill it. No, that's like think of it in like that sense, right? Yes, it will stop it, and well, it won't like kill it, but it will be like it will make it harder. But it will still fucking infect you. It will still do it.
It won't stop it at all.
No, that's what I'm saying though. It won't stop it, but it's a sense of it will slow it down.
Let me explain what I understand about it. A virus isn't alive, therefore it can't be killed. You can destroy its host. You can make it so it hasn't got the host
It's
has
not,
an
it's not a
immunity.
bacterial thing. That's the problem people got to understand.
But the host has an immunity to it. So, like, actually, the reverse of what everyone's doing is what they should be doing. So, rather than keeping everyone inside so they can't possibly catch it, they should all be outside catching it. Get sick, go inside for 2 weeks so they don't give it to anyone else. Although a lot of them will have already given it to a lot of other people. Get just about everyone in the country who's healthy sick, then make them immune because they've had it, then get everyone back to work. We could all be.
Yeah, the thing is, though, you can still.
But the thing is also even the people with
infected by this
now,
shit.
the thing that you've got to watch out for, like my aunt and uncle are in residential care, and I'm not allowed to see them, and that's very sensible because if I did, and I've had COVID, I had it a month ago, I would have killed them. I would have brought it there, said hello and everything, shook hands, kissed them. They would be dead now because they're vulnerable and I'm not. Now, my impression of this, having had it, is that people out there who are not at risk, haven't got lung complaints, haven't been a smoker, all of that, they should just try and get it already. And then, and the people who haven't got have got those health problems should be quarantined for as long as possible. And the funding of everything should be on making sure they are as strictly quarantined as possible.
But the problem with that uncompetitive is there's been 30-year-olds with no health history problems. People with no underlying health issue problems have been dying here in the U.S.
Yes, I know. And
so that's they don't know what's going on.
I'm gonna put it this way. I'm all for the stay at home. I think it needs to be extended until the holiday season. Because you're already gonna stay at home. So basically, just stay at home until next year, and then let's see what the fuck happens. Or like have limited access. You know what I'm saying? Maybe let's say you can open it restrictively, but if you're a hotspot, this is the key. If you're a hotspot in the United States, a city, a county, right, or state, then you need to have that stay at home law. Like just have that shit extended. You know what I'm saying? have that shit extended for
It's
maybe 2
funny because,
months.
like, you know, I think people gotta understand is that, like, with what it's a funny thing of like talking about when it ends, but like it's also another fucking conversation to the aspect where when it does actually fucking end, how the world actually fucking replies to this. Again, like a lot in an ideal sort of situation, a lot of people have said this shit. Every country should fucking completely fucking configure their health.
Obviously, yes, definitely.
In the extent where if this shit does happen again, you're on the fucking mark. Like, you have actual fucking precautions. I'm not saying that countries haven't got them already, but do a better fucking job in that. Because, again, like, it's what I find, the thing is that I find fucking funny, right? And this is no hit to, like, China as a country. But you fucking started this shit, right? And then after, this is the fucked up thing, right? They got hit, they got the death toll, so on and so forth, right? I think it was like maybe a month ago, right? Where I started hearing that they're opening back up the fucking wet markets where this shit theoretically fucking began. You're reopening the things that actually got people sick. Bro, shut the motherfuckers down. Otherwise, I don't want to be a Trump here, but build a fucking wall around China.
Oh, that's illegal.
Like,
that sounds
like
illegal.
not being like, yeah, again, like I don't want to be like Trump, but like
Yeah,
it
that
is that
sounds
sense,
illegal.
right? It is that sense of like, let's be honest, bro. You know a partial aspect as to why this shit started, right? Not saying it's a complete reasoning, but don't like you open. It's like, what, you stupid motherfuckers, man. Seriously. I mean, today I crossed my fingers and touched wood, right? Because today on Twitter I heard from a woman from a doctor, research doctor from Oxford University. She's working on she's one of the doctors working on the vaccine for the COVID, right? And they were asking about reinfection and shit like that, but also this vaccine that they're making, and based on like their understandings, they think that this that they will be able to get at least 1 million doses of this vaccine out by fucking September. And that's in the UK. I'm like, yo, if that is true and this shit works, good on the people in the fucking UK for doing this shit. Because they're on their fucking P's and Q's, right? They want this shit done. And I'm expecting the same thing. I'm expecting all this hustle from every fucking country, bro. Like, literally working together. If you get the vaccine, bro, go to WHO, which is the World Health Organization, and tell them, hey, we've got the vaccine. Give it to every fucking country. We need to help each other. You know what I mean? Like,
I agree with that. I agree.
That's the reason why they call that's the reason why they call the World Health Organization.
It's funny our stupid president wants to defund them. You know?
He should. They're corrupt.
I know, but come on, man. At this
They're
point in time, we can
completely
think about doing that later. But at this point in time,
you don't
we need them.
understand. South Korea aren't part of the coverage of the World Health Organization because China won't let them join.
That's illegal.
Now, South Korea has
Well, South Korea is not part of it because of China or North Korea.
No,
Yeah.
China hates South Korea.
Yeah.
Has like a territorial claim on it.
That's illegal, though.
And because of that and their relationship with the corrupt
heinous.
head of the World Health Organization, they won't let them join the World Health Organization, and they wanted to. Now, South Korea has had probably one of the best responses to pandemic of anyone. Singapore did
about
also.
to start on a topic that you should be familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line of this whole COVID thing is that, again, I reiterate every fucking day. I talk to my friends, my family. I hope this fucking shit gets squashed. Like, there's a turning point for every fucking country to the extent where, I don't want to see. I hate seeing, like, when I'm on fucking phone or I wake up, bro. First thing I see on my phone, death tolls has rise, and I'm like, I don't want to see that anymore. I want to see that shit gone. I want to see people not fucking dying from this shit. Simple as.
Well, I don't think people have proper perspective on this. It's not that serious. Now, I live in a town called Faversham, And the reason it's called Faversham is it's a derivation of Feversham because it was hit by the Black Death. And the Black Death killed 200 million people worldwide.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Okay? And it had an effect on the geography of the town where you go around the town and you find that there's like little hamlets out in the sticks. And you're thinking, that was all people moving out of the core of Faversham because they didn't want to catch it. They built a house.
Rats back then in those days, man. That's how it went around.
So, when you see something like that and you realise you're living somewhere where in history it's like people have actually moved house to get themselves some isolation, social distancing in the Middle Ages, you realise things were really serious there. It came back about 3 or 4 times before they finally, it went away.
Well, look, guys, we have 85,000 topics to cover.
Let's just keep on the topics, like whatever the fuck they are, because I didn't see anything fucking plausible apart from Jason leaving Kotaku.
No, there's a lot of topics, and you just suck ass. Crisis Remastered announced. They said Crisis Remastered might be game of the year because it's one of the best games of all time.
Good game.
Yeah, I want to know if they're gonna have any enhancements for the next gen. I guess we figured that out.
Yes, they are. Yes, because ray tracing.
Oh, cool. So that's good.
Oh, yeah, it's supposed to come to the Switch.
Yeah.
People asking about the whole ray tracing situation because they say like enhanced ray tracing and everyone's like, but the Switch can't do ray tracing. And it's like they didn't really fucking hunker down on what they mean by that or what versions of that game, the game are going to be doing it. It's like, okay. But I'm fucking happy about that. I ain't gonna lie, man. I mean, good. I thought it might be a reboot, but
speaking of enhancements,
such a good game as well.
Cyberpunk 2077 won't have next generation enhancement patch. It's just gonna come out with like its own version next year for next gen systems. So does that go against what Microsoft's trying to do with the smart whatever thing?
Well, no, because you buy it once and you can get it for free.
But it's not gonna get enhanced.
You said it was not going to get enhanced by patch, or do you mean?
Well, that's what they said. CD Projekt Red said they're not enhancing Cyberpunk 2077 for the next generation consoles.
I just asked what you mean by enhanced. Like, are you talking about like frames and pixels,
frames,
or
resolution? I guess, stuff like
about
that.
Ray tracing and shit like that.
Exactly, the stuff. Like
okay, that. Well, again, like this again, the initial aspect is that they will have an upgrade in the frame department, resolution department off the rip, right? Whenever these consoles come out, but later on, it sounds like CD Projekt Red will be integrating a next-gen sort of version of it, but not to the extent where it's from the ground up. It'll be like go from PC downwards. That's what they're doing. Again, they don't. Again, their main focus, right, is PS4, Xbox One, and PC. They don't give a fuck about next-gen. They don't want to. So again, when it comes to developers, they have to get paid for that additional work, right? If they're not getting paid for that additional work, what's the point in fucking doing it if you're not getting paid for it? Simple as. Just simple as. Like, exactly. If they're not getting paid, don't do it. You know what I mean? If someone tells you to do something, right, or like stay at work for longer, and they're like, oh yeah, you don't get paid, why the fuck are you going to do it? You know what I mean? Simple as, bro. Like,
You're right. But everything you said was illegal, so yeah.
If you're going to do overtime, right, you expect to get paid for it. You expect to get something out of it.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, okay? How are they going to do, and this is every developer, not just CD Projekt Red, how are they going to do it? Obviously, there's going to be some first-party developers that do have free patches that do even more than just resolution and frame rate.
It'll be like
then there's going to be first-party developers that don't mess with old games. There's going to be third-party developers that do free patches, and then some don't want to mess with old games. Like, it's going to be a little bit confusing because that's the one thing people thought. That, hey, we're going to get these systems so powerful that you can be able to do these things, but then they don't implement them.
I tell you what, because I don't know if I said this shit last week. I don't know if it was. I don't know. I don't know if it was last place. Oh no, wait, no, it wasn't. It wasn't even on the fucking podcast. I was talking to fucking Briggy about this, Briggington. And I've got to say something about smart delivery, right? Is it a cool idea? It's a fucking great idea, right? My problem with smart delivery, as a fucking idea, right, is how do I put this? How long is that feature actually theoretically gonna fucking last? Like, because let's be honest, right? The way that feature is gonna, based on longevity of how that thing's gonna last, right, is gonna be mainly down to Xbox first party games, right? Like, you know, your Halos, your Gears, your Forzas, your Fables, wherever the fuck it may be, right? But when it comes to Activision, EA, Ubisoft, right, when they theoretically eventually move over to the next gen platforms and leave the current gen platforms over, where it negates this whole smart delivery shit, right, which will probably take, what, maybe 2 years? Like, what makes that whole feature even worth a fucking purpose, apart from, obviously, your first party games? You know what I mean? Like, think of it as like, I look at it as in the same way as PS3 to PS4, where Call of Duty Ghost came out, right? You can buy it on the PlayStation free, and then get the upgrade by a certain price, right? It was like $10 or $5, whatever it was. Eventually, they just made that game priority for just one fucking platform. I think that was the last one that they made it for, like Black Ops 5. What is it? Black Ops 3? No, yeah. But again, like, that feature, it's a great little thing, but I do not see that shit lasting, like, to test the time, as they say. Only on their platform, though.
Well, true what he's asking. Anybody who's has any interest in the Saints Row 3 remastered?
No. I'll probably buy it, but I wasn't interested. I want part 2 to be remastered, not part 3.
Nah, that ain't gonna happen.
Huh?
That ain't gonna happen.
I know it's not gonna happen, but that's what I want. That's the better one.
I feel like they've erased that game from their memory.
Yeah, exactly. It's not even. It's kind of like not even the lore. I mean, it is the lore of the story, but it's kind of like they made fun of it.
Yeah, they got off that shit. Like, they kept one person in that fucking game, which was Gat, and then they were like, yeah, everyone else just went. That's literally how they went with it. But yeah, I mean, what I'm saying with the smart delivery thing, Matt, is that I do not see that shit lasting long term. Like, any person that fucking looks at it with an actual mindset on them will fucking understand that shit. And I think I said this to, like, an Xbox fan, and he actually tried to fucking say how, like, it was going to last a test of time. No, it fucking isn't, man. I can tell you that much. It won't. I will not be fucking shocked within a year or two. That thing is like, oh yeah, like smart delivery. Like, yeah, we moved on to the next console, man. Like, there's no need for it apart from your own, you know, first party games. Which again, for PlayStation, like, they won't be bringing God of War 2 or Spider-Man 2 onto PlayStation 4 and PS5. They literally will be basing that shit off of the fucking PS5 software. Sorry, hardware.
See, that's another topic I did want to talk to you about.
What, holding shit back, I'm guessing?
No. I wanted to talk to you about the ray tracing on Minecraft.
Ray tracing on Minecraft?
Yeah, it's Xbox fans who are bragging about it. So I just wanted to know.
They've been bragging about ray tracing for like fucking years now.
Well, they're basically trying to say that Microsoft owns the people that make Minecraft, so that means that they're the first people to successfully do it on a game. Even though you can only test it out on PC right now.
That's bullshit, because fucking Battlefield 5 fucking did it before then.
I mean, but hey, this is what the Xbox fans are saying, bro. Like,
well, actually, no, to be honest, well, I mean, if we're going to be fucking, if we're going to dive into this shit, really, fucking engines have done this shit for fucking years, bro. Crytek did this shit years ago.
I don't like it.
I'm saying this right now. Crytek probably did this shit 2 years after the release of Crysis 3. And you know how I know that? Because I fucking talked to the developer when they're bringing that fucking shit out. I remember going to an event in London Waterloo, IMAX Theatre in London Waterloo, watched gameplay of Crisis 3 on the biggest fucking monitor, like biggest fucking screen, right? IMAX fucking screen, running at ultra high settings. Because again, like we were talking about Crisis, and this fits the bill, right? Crisis was one of those games where that was the game that pushed PCs to the limit, where you couldn't necessarily buy a PC like us, like as consumers, couldn't buy a PC strong enough to run that shit on ultra fucking settings. Whereas now, most people can. And people are saying, like, what would we, like, I think Digital Foundry did a video on, like, what the specs you will need to play Crisis Remastered, because people will think that it's going to go back to that thing of, if you want to play this at the ultra settings, you're going to need to fucking afford this shit. I don't think that's the case, but yeah, like, if I'm being blunt, going back to it, like, yeah, Crytek, they've done this shit for fucking years. Like, they've known about this ray tracing aspect for years now. So they can shut the fuck up on that notion. Like, Minecraft, get the fuck out of it. Sorry, go and fuck yourself. Yeah, like that's bullshit, bro. I mean,
look, it's anything that little thing Xbox fans can hype about, that's what they're doing. So
ray tracing as well. Like, yeah, put ray tracing in your games, and I can't wait to see that fucking. I cannot wait to see their games run on ray tracing and see how the performance fucking lacks. Yeah, go ahead, man. Go right ahead. Because that's what's going to happen, bro. People are going to be like, oh, ray tracing this, ray tracing that. And then developers, right, are going to have to fucking pick. I'm talking about developers that actually have a fucking mind on them, right? Will say, hey, listen, guys, we can't do ray tracing and 120 frames or 60 frames with certain, resolution fidelity. So we're going to have to choose. Do you want ray tracing on this game and reduce that shit? Or do you want to keep that shit, on its high, but then not put ray tracing in it? Yeah, like, that's going to go down well.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, bro. Like, again, Xbox, no offense to Xbox fans, man, but they talk so much fucking shit on the notion where they believe their shits are like rainbows, bro. They fart rainbows. They fart pixie dust. And then when these things actually come out, then you do the fucking talking. When you can back it up. Right now, you cannot back it up. Like, you got Optimus, that Optimus Code guy, right, speaking straight fucking facts. And he said how again, Xbox literate, we're not holding back hardware. Xbox fans said, oh, they won't hold back hardware from previous gen. The Xbox Series X and the S won't be holding back, again, won't hold back their developers on making their games because they'll be making it for these other consoles. Bullshit! They will be definitely held back. Like, and when you see the mentality, bro.
How is it any different from a PC with different specs that has the same game on it, one of which is running 4K or 1440p, 120 or whatever, and then you've got a lower end PC that's running it at terrible specs, 720p 30, something like that. That's very common with PCs, that the same game will run, and people will be quite happy running it on just a general Dell, computer, and just say, I'm glad to have it. This isn't even a gaming.
It's just a sense of, like, again, like people say, right, when it comes, put Halo Infinite in the perspective, right? A lot of people talk about Halo the way it looked last year, right? Xbox fans think that game is going to graphically get a huge fucking overhaul from last year's standing. I can tell you right now, if that game comes out this year, presumably, it sticks to its day, it's going to look somewhat near the same as what we saw last year, because they cannot change all that sort of shit as well as what they've already got on their plate right now. They cannot change all of that shit in the span of a year. Like, if they could, I'm going to say it right now, they're better devs than fucking Naughty Dog. And that's me talking out my fucking arse, if that's the case.
People have been working on the Switch-based engine longer than a year.
Get that out.
They've been, I think they've been working on this game for what, like 4 to 5 years. They've been working on this game, and again, partial aspects have been working on that engine. They've been sprucing that shit up because again, if the rumors were true about that $500 million budget, and that's going towards every aspect of the game, right? And that's also to do with the engine. That, oh god, that probably took them at least maybe fucking a couple of years before they start fundamentally going full production on that game.
Well, the 500 million probably includes marketing. It's like Destiny costing 500 million. Destiny cost 60 million.
What? Sorry, what was that?
Destiny was marketed, including the marketing costs, right? Activision said Destiny cost 500 million. Wasn't. It was 60. It cost 60 to make the game, and then they were like marketing it, and then they had a budget for it to be marketed
wait, what do you say,
over 10 years. So that's where you get the money. That's a 10-year spend for that game, 500 million. And they haven't even spent it all yet.
Wait. How much did they put? 60? Did you say 60 or 600 or 60?
No. The cost of Destiny, the first Destiny, right?
Yes.
Was 60 million to develop. Just develop, not market. And then they didn't mention that. They said, oh, Destiny is costing us 500 million. And what they mean, for 10 years, that's how much money they've put aside to.
Yes, that is, yeah. Again, like, because when Bungie went on with Activision, right, they signed up for this game, right? It was a sense of, again, this is a service game, one that being a factor, obviously, as well. Bungie needed, again, major backing, because, again, they came up their deal with their Microsoft, right? They needed hires, they needed some other things here and there.
Mm.
And it's also a sense, it was this thing, at that point in time, in Activision's eyes, it was that sense of the next Call of Duty sort of thing, where this is going to be the game that brings a lot of people, brings in people that are going to give us a lot of fucking money. And that is over the course of what? 2014 it came out, 15, 16, 17. When did was it 2018 or no? 2017, I think Destiny 2 came out, wasn't it? So like that held them up for us a certain amount of time, and even after that, they were still delivering content when Destiny 2 was out for a brief moment, and then they fully went on to Destiny 2, which I wouldn't be surprised that money went over to Destiny 2. But yeah, like going back to it.
Of course it does. Look, they've got Comet. There's a whole timeline, and they had like code names for them all. And I think there were going to be 3 games, at least 3 games. And then these DLC packs as well. It's all in there. So they knew they were going to do a trilogy. They knew they were going to do these expansions, and it was going to be 500 million for the lot.
Yes. Yeah. Again, like Activision backed that. Again, Activision backed Bungie. Because again, like think about it, right? If you're Activision, you're bringing on a studio that fucking fundamentally, like, brought in. I'm not gonna lie, it did usher in a new perspective of first-person shooter, which was Halo, right? Let's not be around the bush. Halo was a fucking great game when it came out, and that, again, this is the first 3 games. After that, again, I like Reach, I like ODST, but 4, 5, fucking trash.
You see, the thing is with these numbers, it's like very easy to be fooled by them. But like the number of games that are in like over 200 million, budget.
Yeah.
You're looking at 265 for GTA 5, but that includes marketing, lots and lots of marketing.
Yeah.
And then you've got your Knights of the Old Republic MMO, which was more expensive. And then you've got Star Citizen, which is like some people have said, like Board Gamer on his channel did some sums, and he said it's over 300 million now. Is
that one that people keep giving money to?
Yeah. If you want to buy every ship in that game, it's £27,000.
Yeah, I saw. Like somebody, I remember watching a video like a few weeks back. Basically, fundamentally speaking, like that game has had a bigger budget, generated more money than fucking Avengers Endgame, and it's also the sense where I think, if I'm not correct, it's nearing the aspect of GTA 5, which is fucking crazy. Because that game has yet to be actually brought out. Like, that game will never end. Why? Because the guy behind it, right, is a thieving, money-grabbing bastard that knows how to fucking grab people's money. And that game ain't going to be fucking finished. It's not going to be finished. That game's going to...
No, that's not quite fair. They're making progress with it.
They're making progress, yeah, but, like, how long has this been going on for, man? Like, this...
Anyone's guess.
Exactly, bro. And they've been getting... And here's the thing, right? People that have put money into the thing, and this is their own problem, right? This is the people that have given them money, their own problem. But they've actually sued them. They've gone, oh, fuck, I spent this much money. Fuck it, I'm suing them now because I spent this much money. First of all, you're idiots.
Talking about one of the greatest games ever to be made.
Dude, I don't give a fuck. Listen, though, no offense to PC fans, bro, but if you're putting that much money in, and you turn around and you say a PlayStation game or a Nintendo game or Xbox game is trash, look at what you're funding, for fuck's sake. Fuck off.
It's not just that game, but whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, rolling back to fucking Halo, bro, because we went a fucking right off fucking topic, bro.
Okay.
When it comes to Halo, again, if Xbox fans think that game is going to graphically look way better than what it did last year, I'm sorry to say this, it won't be the fucking case. You're looking at single player, you're looking at multiplayer, you're looking at this somewhat additional mode that no one fucking knows about, and it is a fucking key thing of that game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And here's the problem with Halo, because this is what Halo 5 got hit by last time. The lead up to that launch of Halo 5, they put zero fucking communication on the single player. Only a brief aspect. The vast majority was on multiplayer. Now, when the game came out, the single player, when the reviews came out, that game sucked fucking ass. Multiplayer was fucking great. I look at Halo Infinite in the same prospect of, if they want that game to review well, to get commemorated, X, Y, and Z, whatever the fuck you want to call it, they had to put every ounce of focus on individual platforms of that game. If they do not, that game, and that game, right, the story lacks, but the multiplayer, again, is good. I'm not saying it's going to be the worst thing, right? I'm not saying it's going to be the worst thing. But if you're spending $500 million on a game like that, you're expecting it to get praise, you're expecting to get awards, you're expecting it to be the thing that sells consoles, right? And that thing doesn't do that. Xbox, and I know Xbox will be like, hey, Halo Infinite it did really well. We're really happy about it. Right? Dead to fucking rights. And I'm going to paint this picture of you, right? You guys, have any of you guys seen, I mean, I'm guessing you have, right? Picture in this sense, right? Phil Spencer is like Voldemort in fucking Harry Potter 1, where his face is on the back of fucking the professor's fucking head, right? I picture that shit, where he is pissed right off. And then the front of his face is like, hey, Halo did really fucking well, but we're not going to fucking showcase that on our faces. But if I unravel my fucking turban that I wear, yeah, I'm pissed. Like, I cannot fucking phrase that shit enough. I forgot what that guy's name was. Shit, what was his name?
Seeing this pandemic, well, it's affected 343, and they've all been sent home to work on the development of Halo Infinite. That's going to slow the development down quite a bit. So I predict that it will come out and launch alongside the Xbox Series X. November, right? It has to, right? But it won't be having a campaign. It will just be arena multiplayer custom games.
God, Jesus.
And then they'll use smart delivery to bring the campaign along later in the following year.
How the fuck how the fuck does that factor into it? Like that smart. I mean, I understand the whole smart delivery, why it factors into it, but like, it's a sense of why would you use? I mean, obviously you'll use it for the Xbox One version, the Series X version, because that's what smart delivery is. But like why would you? God, it's like if they did that. If they did that, right?
They've got to deliver Halo Infinite when the Xbox Series X launches. They're probably going to stick with launching it in November of 2020, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No reason to think they won't. And then they're going to say, but it's not finished. It's not finished. We didn't have time to do it because we weren't together in our studio in Seattle.
Yeah.
We weren't able to get all together and make the final crunch. We were at home. And no one works efficiently at home because there's no one cracking the whip over them. So what you're going to get is you're going to say, can we get the multiplayer done at least? And they probably already got that finished. Let's be honest. And then
they probably if I'm being blunt, I think they.
And
if
they go off and they release it with just the multiplayer, that's fine. I'm happy with that.
I mean, the thing is right. I mean, because here's the thing about like, and again, this doesn't dictate like how long development lasts, but Halo stories are roughly around 7 to 8 hours. They are not long. They are not, right? Now, the thing is about this one is that they are presumably, right, using the fundamental original concepts of what Halo was going to be, which is basically Destiny, but without the aspect of gear, like, gear storage like that. It was a sense of open world. You go, again, because Halo 1 kind of did this in certain sections, not completely, but kind of looked at it in that sense, right? They did certain wide linear sort of areas. That's what they're doing.
Where are you getting this thought that it's like Destiny from? Who said that?
Because when Bungie, how I'm getting this right is because any person, right, that has played Halo 1, 2, 3, again, when Bungie were on it, right, Bungie were trying to push that game to become what Destiny, like some of the prospects of what Destiny was, right? They couldn't.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yes, exactly. So what did they do? They left.
No. What happened is that Microsoft kept on saying to Bungie, "We want you to make another Halo game for us." Until
that's another reason.
And they wanted to leave because they were creating.
That's another reason. That's the other reason.
A Halo game, and they were like, "Okay, look, we could do a prequel. We could do Halo Reach." And that gave them the latitude to move away from Spartan 2.
Yes.
Now,
but here's the thing, right?
Listen. In giving themselves that freedom, they used that by stealth to prototype Destiny. And if you look at the loadouts of Halo Reach, you'll find a whole lot of things.
Yeah, I know. I understand what you mean.
That are now in Destiny. You've got a drop bubble shield, and you've got, invisibility. You've got so many things in there.
But they've had that since Halo 1, though. They had invisibility.
There's sprint.
Yeah, I know what you
mean. All these things are in there. And that is like an opportunity for them to make Destiny. And then when they did ODST, there's a poster in one of the rooms that's like got like stuff to do with Destiny in the poster.
Yeah.
So they had it in mind, and they were like sending off signals to everyone that was there looking that they were actually rather be doing Destiny.
Yeah, but you see, like, what I was just initially saying, right, with the aspects of, yes, you're right about that, right? They wanted to make another game. They wanted to get off of Halo, right? The funny thing about that is that shit, right? Again, Destiny, it was a sense of that. The original idea of Destiny that they had, right, was, again, that's what they wanted to initially tie it to. But when they started doing Destiny, right, and Destiny was this fundamental of, it's a linear path, it's these other categories, and then you got multiplayer, right? They couldn't go off that path. Because it was a sense of the player base, but also other aspects. And it was a sense of, if you want to do something new, right, and you want a clean break, you would do it for a new IP. Simple as it can possibly be. You will do a brand new IP. The only thing that goes against me saying that is a sense of, which it rarely fucking works, because most of the time they do it that way, it fucking gets tanked. And that is like, when was it? When God of War came out. The new, the 2018 God of War. When they showed that shit off, right? And you saw the XP, you saw the open world, and it was like, this is a completely new aspect of God of War. The first things that came out of people's mouths were, I don't know about this idea of God of War. I don't know if this is going to work, because it was, again, the first time you saw this.
Mm-hmm.
When it actually did release, right, and you saw the reviews, and again, it was a complete 180 of what you expected it. Any person that said, like a God of War fan, that's that said, I never said the word or the words. These words, like what I'm going to say, these words that came out, these words never came out of my mouth, which were, this game was going to flop, basically, right? Retracted that shit. And I was one of them. I didn't feel confident about God of War when I first saw that, because it's a brand new take. Like, this is not, again, the way God of War's combat acted, the way it was fundamentally, like, social, and again, like, the big epic scales and the camera work, and then hearing about the one the one take camera, I was like, oh, like, are they going to be able to do this? I don't fucking know. And then when the game released, reviews came out, I was like, holy shit. Once in a lifetime, they fucking did it. That rarely fucking happens. And this goes to Last of Us as well. And again, Naughty Dog have said it themselves. They thought the game was going to fucking tank. And it didn't. It was a once in a lifetime fucking thing that just randomly set the stars in line, and it happened. But with Halo, if they wanted to do, because again, the initial idea of their game was like Destiny. They wanted to do something along those lines.
Could Why? How do you say that though? Look, where's this coming from?
It came from fucking Bungie themselves. They have the ideas, because again, when it comes to developers, right, they have ideas, right. When they're not making like a Halo game or a Last of Us or whatever, they have ideas.
Look. How can you say that they originally wanted to make Destiny when the game they originally came out with was Halo Combat Evolved?
I'm
wanted to make Destiny there.
Because listen, I've heard on competitive. I've heard this from loads of fucking different people within the industry that have quoted this shit that I fucking thought of, and I thought I was crazy to think this. But no, Bungie had this idea set in stone since Halo 1. They had that. They had the fundamental, again, not complete. I'm not saying completely like this.
Okay, let's say you're right? I'm not saying you're right or wrong, but let's say this is true. Why is it that they made Halo Combat Evolve the way they made it? Why didn't they just come out straight with Destiny or straight from World Go?
That could be down to, again, the console itself could be down to the limitations in which they had as a team. Then also, what was the third one? Fuck, what was it again?
I don't think it would be technical limitations. Destiny ran on Xbox 360.
I mean, it's also, one thing I'm thinking about is just time. Because again, think about it this way, right? Xbox come out, right? I've said this before. The reason why Halo exists to this day, right? Or to the extent of it being, when it came out, right? To the extent of it being relevant, in quotations, was because of fucking Halo. Everyone said this. Halo was the main criteria pillar as to how that console somehow got out of the fucking gates alive. If that game wasn't there at launch, Xbox would be one of those consoles that, like, oh, cool. It's a console that came out from Microsoft. Okay, awesome. But why would I get that when a PS2's around and it's got all these games on it? Halo started that, again, was the fundamental pillar for Xbox to stand on, to then build upon.
Yeah.
And if they didn't have that...
Every console has got its mascot, right? You've got Sega with Sonic, and you've got Nintendo.
Well, yeah, but I'm like... Yeah,
Master Chief.
You've
got Master Chief on Xbox. You
don't
with
us,
Xbox and say, oh, it's Blink's Time Sweep, do you?
But with us saying that, Nintendo had Mario, they had fucking Link or Zelda, they had Star Fox, they had a lot of them. That's the problem.
I know that.
Crash. We had Crash. We had
the
Solid.
most identifiable character on that console.
That's one person.
It would be Master Chief, right? And then on the PlayStation, I would argue, I mean, JTech's got his own preference here. I'd argue it's Nathan Drake because it had so many games with Nathan Drake in. Right? Okay. So you can say God of War, all of that, Kratos, fine. I don't care which one you pick, but it's going to be someone. I mean, you've got a lot of choice there. You've got a lot of good characters there.
I mean, I'm looking at my screen right now, bro. Like, I'm looking at my screen right now on Jay's fucking stream. He's looking at the only on PlayStation, right? You've got Ratchet and Clank, you've got God of War, Kratos, you've got Peter Parker, Spider-Man, you've got Ellie and Joel. Obviously, I would replace, if you wanted to, replace Ellie and Joel with fucking Uncharted or Drake. Again,
so
with Naughty Dog, you've gone from Crash to Jack and Dexter to Nate to fucking.
I'm honing in on a point here, right? It's simple enough, right? So, like, everything's got its recognizable mascot. If you're going to sell an Xbox and it's got a box and it's got like Master Chief on it, you might sell more of that console.
Yeah,
it's like, I'd like to play
that's what we are both agreeing on.
Now, if you were going to do it and you like rewrote history and you go back to when the original release of the first Xbox was, and you didn't have Halo invented the way it was with Master Chief, and you just said we're going to do a game that's going to be called Destiny. What do you put on the box?
Wait, but that's the thing.
You put a Warlock and a Titan and all of that with faces obscured by a plate.
No, that's
I mean, they've got the worst characters in Destiny imaginable.
No, but that's what I'm trying to tell you, though. Like, again, I'm like, when it comes down to the original idea, right? The idea of Destiny's been around since fucking Halo, right? That is what they want Halo to be, right? But the thing is, when it comes down to, right, what Halo is today is what it was intended to be, right? Master Chief as a character. There was no armor customization or weapon loadouts or anything like that. It was mainly to do with the world. Open world, side missions, main missions, again, but not like a big fucking open world, like minuscule worlds, like what they did with Halo 1 in certain missions, right? I think it was like mission or chapter, I don't know what the fuck they called them.
Yeah.
I think it was mission 2, 5, and I think 9? I forgot. Fuck. But they basically implemented ideas of it. But when it came down to when they fundamentally left, right, the idea was, yes, they wanted to make another game apart from Halo to use that idea that they've had in their backlog for fucking years. Like, it's like Horizon Zero Dawn, for fuck's sake, right?
I want to stick to Halo just briefly.
Yeah, no, but that's the reason why I'm using, again, the reason why I brought up Horizon.
I've seen videos on YouTube, and you can look them up yourself when you have time to do this. It's fascinating, because it's got the original people who made Halo, and they're saying, this is what we were working on originally, and it was an RTS. And then they have another video, and they said, oh, well, we got bored of doing the RTS, and it was like fully prototyped, and then they said, yeah, we decided to make it a squad shooter in third person. Not first person. And then they said, yeah, after a while with this, we decided it'd be like if you were like the Master Chief character in command of the squad. Not even thinking that they'd come up with the main character, Master Chief. And then they started to find it was more fun to play in first person as Master Chief. And then what you see when you play Halo Combat Evolved, all the other stuff that was in the game is still in there. So there's still an element of RTS. There's still an element of squad control.
Well, yes, but with that being said, it's also a sense of, like I'm bringing up with Horizon Zero Dawn and Guerrilla, you're negating the aspect of when these people are pitching the ideas, right? It's not a group of people pitching the same idea. It's fundamentally a group of people pitching all these different concepts of ideas, and then when they hammer down or hunker down on that idea, they then conjure up the new ideas around that one, like a brainstorm, right? You put Halo Master Chief in that big bubble in the middle, and then you go, oh, all right, let's all think about ideas on how to implement different factors. But initially, right, it was a sense of, you have Halo as an idea, you have Project B, C, D, E. Like I'm saying with Horizon Zero Dawn. When Horizon Zero Dawn was a thing, right, they had 50 of their developers working on different ideas, and they fundamentally broke it down to, I think, 4 ideas, and Horizon Zero Dawn was one of them. Same thing with Santa Monica with that sci-fi game. They had, I think, roughly around 20 different people conjuring up ideas, and then they lowered it down to that sci-fi game which eventually got cancelled. And then we got the the whole palaver of, in 2014 where Santa Monica were closing down. They were losing employees. They had a brand new building they were going to be moving into. Fuck, what's happening? Next thing you know, God of War comes into the fray. Cory Barlog shows up on the fucking 2016 E3 stage, and it's like, what's he playing? God of War? Boom, God of War. And it's just like, that fucking saved that. I'm not saying that.
Why does this have to do with you thinking that Halo Infinite is going to be like Destiny?
Because of like we're stating, right? It's the fundamentals of how that game's going to act on a story basis. So I see it on the basis of the story. I see it being, again, let's just say 5 worlds or 5 sections of because again, this is going to be based off of. After, at the end of Halo 5, right, you saw the aspects of the Halo ring, right, lighting up blue. It was an indication of Cortana and what the events of what happened in 5, right? Halo Infinite is basically it's going back to the fundamentals of what Halo was, which is based off of, again, the Halos. And it's like, okay, cool. So we saw it in the first trailer that we saw of it, right, with the Halo fucking, the outlining of the Halo, and then obviously Halo Infinite, the fucking logo, bish bosh bang. And it is the sense of, for me, right, they're going to have, like, let's say 5 areas, right, big fucking areas, right, where you have your not base of operation, but you have like a base where you have bases, plural, in which you have your missions, so on and so forth. And over the course of the game, obviously you visit these new areas, but also you open up these areas. Kind of like what you do in Borderlands in a sense, right? It's all sort of shadowed until you get to this area.
I see what you're getting at. Okay.
Again, what I'm trying to say is, right, I don't see it in the sense of, like Halo, you have gear scores, armors, different weapons, and
I see what you're saying. You're saying that the environment is going to be set in around hubs. It's going to be like Destiny in the sense that Destiny. Well, what originally happened was that Destiny was going to be a linear adventure, a campaign like Halo 2.
Think of it like Destiny 2.
Halo 2 was written by Joseph Staten, and Joseph Staten was the creative director of Destiny and the writer, and he came in and he wrote a nice story, right? And then the boss, Jason Jones or whatever his name is, said, no, I've spoken to him. I like the look of Diablo 3 things, and he said, I want it like that. And then he cut the story up so that, like, your encounter with the boss would not be like halfway through the game. It would be like something you could go to almost straight away, and you would like be able to revisit it and kill it again. And it is when I found that out, I decided I don't even care about the game anymore. I'm going to play the multiplayer. And that's what I've done. I've never played PvE Destiny since the first look alpha, because once I kill one boss, I want it dead. Okay, I don't want to come back to the moon and find it still there.
Fuck off, Jay.
Somebody say something?
Yeah, I saw you in the fucking thing. Yeah, but like, I mean, again, like, when it comes down, like Bungie as a company, again, like, I don't know what other topics.
What I'm saying is, if they pull that shit with Halo Infinite, I'm not going to be playing the campaign. Because again, I'll come back and kill this Covenant again. To come back and
I don't. Yeah, see, I get like. I think like what you're discussing as well, right? I personally don't think it's gonna be like exactly. I'm seeing them doing well. I don't know actually, because I think if they do, I don't know how they're going to go around that sort of notion, because again, I stated earlier on, right? Halo games are not fucking long. They're around 8. Yeah, I'll say like 8. Depending on how you play. I mean, I normally get like 8 hours long. They're very easy games, very quick games, and again, the way I see Halo Infinite being is that point of, I will not be shocked if they integrate Halo Infinite, like the ranking system of it, as like what they do, like kind of what they do with Modern Warfare, where you have one rank, right? You play story, you rank up, you play multiplayer, you rank up the same rank, and then this new other mode. Again, like, there is something that they are planning to fundamentally bring to this Halo series, because they need to. They can't just do story and multiplayer and then think that that's gonna be the thing that's gonna make this game good. They know that. And they need something fresh for this idea, because again, like, Bungie left because they couldn't make another fucking thing. That is true. But again, like I'm saying, if you have an idea, right, that you initially had and you couldn't do it, and you made this other thing, and then you were like, oh, could you integrate that idea later on in a future game? Yes, but the thing is that it kind of gets to the point where, will you split the fan base up? Yeah, you would, because it has happened with games, and they went, fuck it. Let's cut ties with Microsoft, right? And let's see what happens. Then Activision came around like, yo, we can see potential. Bungie made fucking Halo. They knew potential. They saw it. And like, give them the money, what the fuck they need, make whatever it was. When Destiny was being talked about and then shown off, it was that idea that everyone was fucking talking about, because it was so fucking ambitious at the time, and it was like, if this works out the way it did, the way they were talking about it, it was going to be this big new game. Did it work out that way? No. But did it eventually kind of gain a rhythm? Yes. Mainly when it got to Taken King as a DLC. That was when that game fucking hit. And that was a good game. Then Destiny 2 came out, had the same problem, right? It did fix some of the story narratives, because, again, Destiny 1 didn't really have much of a story. Destiny 2 did. But when they brought out Forsaken on the DLC, that was when that game fucking started kicking. And that's the sense of games with services, and I don't really want to fucking get into that bullshit, because, again, it always is that case. But when it comes down to like what we're talking about, if Halo comes out, and that game does not get launched with that console, right? I remember Phil said, right, if Halo isn't ready, right, they will still launch that console. That game just, and he said this shit along the lines of this. That game does not define a console. Bullshit. That game, if that game releases with the Series X, that console will sell much more than what it wouldn't, or what it wouldn't, what it will do without it, in a sense, whatever the fuck it is. But, yeah, again, like, there's just so much.
Are you guys done?
Yes,
I think so.
Past 85 kidney stones and you're still talking to walls. Both of you. The same wall.
Explained himself a bit better.
Dude, it's like Seinfeld.
Dude,
Feels just like Seinfeld.
You understand this shit, man. Like, we all know. If Halo doesn't release with the fucking Series X, they know that not a lot of people are going to be a lot of people are not going to be completely invested in that console.
You're right.
Only the die-hard fans.
Yeah, okay.
Look, I just hope I was hoping that they would get back on the ball with understanding what exclusives are and how much they mean to a new system. Because right now, this smart delivery, it just doesn't sound like they want to sell this new hardware. They're hyping it up, right? But they're not going through the steps to sell it. Now, when we get to June and E3, maybe we might see something different with their lineup. But as of right now, if you're going to put this game on the Xbox One base model, remember, that is the system that most Xbox gamers have, the base model Xbox One or the Xbox One S, right? They're going to be playing a very dumbed-down version of Halo. Not the one that they imagine for gamers to play, which is on the next generation of their hardware. So, I don't know, man. They setting their own self up for failure right now.
Oh man.
I mean, I've said this before, right? When it comes down to like PS5, right? I don't. When it comes to launch lineups, right? We haven't as of recent, we haven't had great fucking launch lineups. Let's be honest, we just
No, we haven't.
Thank Mark Cerny for that.
Right?
Yep.
And when it comes down to it, and this is the thing that I'm happy about when, again, they announced the new placements of who was going to be in charge, right? With, again, Herman was the new head, Shu went to Indies, right? When I heard Shu was going to head up Indies, that fundamentally put in my head that they are stacking themselves up with good indie title games that are going to come out at launch on the PlayStation. Now, again, whether you like indies or not, when PS4 came out, they had a good amount of fucking good indie games. Like Octodad was pretty cool. Outlast was a fucking indie game. That was pretty dope. Resogun was kind of an indie game. Was that Poncho game? I think it was El Poncho or something. And so, Don't Starve was another. Again, there was games that were there, and obviously you had Knack, you had
one of the best games of all time right there.
Yeah, Killzone Shadowfall.
Yeah, Mark Cerny classic.
Look,
again, like
Killzone Shadowfall, I will say one thing: the multiplayer was a lot of fun, like early. You know,
yeah.
I wasn't a big fan of the campaign. I didn't even beat the campaign until like maybe a few years later, because I was not feeling the campaign for Killzone Shadowfall. 2 was probably my favorite campaign. Then it was 3. Then it's Shadowfall. But I hope that we can have at least 2 or 3 definitive good games for the launch for the PS5. But again, Sony actually never really needed a good launch. We know that other games will come. The thing about Xbox is they have to have a definitive launch lineup because we know better games won't come in their future. You know, we know that Microsoft does get lazy, whether it's halfway through the console life cycle or at the end.
They need it more.
Yeah, they definitely need it more.
And that, again, that's a bit of me saying that is a bit of that's a bit of a bullshit thing to say, but that is the case for them. Like, you know, if they want their console to sell, if they want to sort of justify this new console, even though they are, again, they're treating this next generation of console. This is what I don't get about the messaging with their next gen console. It's a sense of, hey guys, listen, you don't have to get a Series X, right? Because all the games that we're going to bring out in the first 2 years will be with, you know, within the ecosystem, like crap like that, all that bullshit. But they know deep down there's going to be a point where you're going to have to fucking go for the next gen platforms because, again, like I stated earlier on, EA, Activision, third-party games, even fucking CD Projekt Red that they're so touchy-feely with right now, they're gonna eventually go with next-gen fucking platforms because they'll be able to deliver on their ideas. I mean, I'm just trying to remember who the fuck it was. It was yesterday, I think it was. Some developer came out and said that. Oh god, what was it? It was fucking Obsidian. Obsidian stated, right, that Outer Worlds could have been way bigger, way more ambitious if it wasn't held back by this gen's tech. What fucking irony! Again, that is such fucking irony that, again, Obsidian, that's now owned by Microsoft, came out and said that shit. But then you go ahead and you think, but wait a minute, isn't Microsoft saying that it won't be games won't be held back? But yet your own fucking studio now is saying that they were held back. Again, like, communication, Microsoft, make up your fucking mind real quick. Because again, I said this before, with Ryan McCarthy's interview with fucking Phil, right? He was very tippy toes, man. Like, he was on his little fucking toes, bro. I can't see anything bad. Like, I can't see the wrong thing. Because if I do, I'm going to get fucking clapped. And that happens to Phil every E3. If you go back to every E3, you type in Phil Spencer interviews, you will find every year an interview where he fucks up on, or he gets called out for what he says on stage, and then in an interview he says something else. He is notorious for that shit. But within that interview, he was very fucking cautious about what was being said and what he had to fucking say to reply with. And I said this before, right? When it comes to Microsoft, they're showing a lot, which is good, but they're not telling a lot. Why? Because most of the time when Phil's talked about shit, he's shot himself in the foot. When that time comes, because it will fucking come, I will not be surprised if he shoots himself in the fucking foot. And I cannot wait to see these quote-unquote games that they have stacked. Because as we know, these past few years, right, we have the notorious line, wait until next E3, wait till next E3. E3 is not this year, because obviously what's going on.
For 10 years.
Exactly, right?
We're about to die from a pandemic.
When June comes around and they start off whatever the fuck this is, this digital show that they're doing, right? Whenever this happens, fans are expecting good fucking high. Again, their fan base, and if any fucking Xbox fan in Thailand said I wasn't expecting that, my expectations weren't that fucking high. Bullshit. Because I've been seeing Xbox fans toot their fucking horns for so fucking many months now, saying how, watch until these games are fucking bangers and they're gonna beat Last of Us and this and that. Motherfuckers, Sony been doing this for 25 years. Most of their studios have been doing it for 25 years. If you want that category, that tier of game, you're gonna have to wait at least a generation before you get those tiers. And I'm sorry, that's how long it's gonna. Again, like 343, Obsidian have made good games, right? But have they reached that peak? No. Initiative, they've taken talents from PlayStation studios, but have they reached talent? No, they haven't reached that fucking peak.
What do you think they're going to show?
Who?
We're talking about Microsoft. What do you think?
Microsoft. Yeah, sorry. For me,
forthcoming game.
So again, you'll have Halo, you'll probably have Fable, you have Halo, you have Fable, you have Hellblade, you might have I don't know if Ninja Theory will talk about their Project Mara or their
I don't think that's going to be on Xbox. That's a VR title. I'm just saying that because again they have the other two things, which is their research and development thing. I don't think they're going to show that though. Again, I think they're going to show Hellblade. That's their main focus. Then you've got Obsidian with, obviously, Grounded. I wonder if they might tease their other project, maybe. And obviously, Initiative, I expect a teaser from them. I don't expect anything big. Maybe Rare, I don't know. But apart from that, Forza will probably make a return. There's talk of another Perfect Dark.
Yeah, which is made by Initiative. And again... And I've seen fans say this shit, and I'm with them on this. I would rather see Initiative make a brand new fucking IP than make a fucking remaster or remake or a fucking reboot. I'm not being rude against Perfect Dark.
I don't know what it's going to be, but I mean...
I know.
I have an insider, something called dealer. Hold on. Let me go with my insider. My insider.
The last Perfect Dark game was fucking shit. And any Xbox fan that said it was a fucking lie.
Well, that's illegal. I don't believe that.
It was shit.
Okay, there's a new game Initiative is rumored to be working on. It's called the Cookie Cutter Adventure. It's a brand new IP. It's gonna have like these cookies. You walk.
I say this right now. I hope right. And again, this is a far-fetched idea for Initiative, but I fucking hope that the rumor that they're working on a Wolverine game.
Wolverine. Okay, somebody get this guy out. He's talking.
Well, dude, Jay, I said
too many walls.
I'm sorry, Jay. What did I post up at the beginning of this year?
I don't remember that far back.
You remember when I posted up Initiative and then the Marvel sign when I talked about how I've been here and shit?
I remember.
Exactly. Again, PlayStation got Spider-Man. Nintendo got Ultimate Alliance. Would it be out of the realm of possibilities that Microsoft get a fucking Marvel game of their own?
Square Enix got Avengers.
Well, yeah, exactly. Square Enix got Avengers, but again, like, would it be out of the realm of possibility that Microsoft got?
It shouldn't be out of a realm. I think they should have been announced that they were working with Marvel. I don't know what's taking them so long. Maybe Sony got Marvel by the balls, telling them not to work with Microsoft. Look, I'm not saying it's true, but I'm just saying, why is it taking so long for them to announce that they're working on a game as well? Like, it's like
again, like listen, bro. Like I said, man, if you want to like sort of bring initiative into this again, this fray with all this talent that they presumably fucking have, which by the way doesn't mean that fucking studio is going to work to the fucking perfection as what Xbox fans are saying it is, because again, it's a sense of you're changing the cogs to a fucking previous machine and you put them into a brand new one. Just because you've got people from Naughty Dog, Insomniac, fucking Santa Monica, Gorilla, doesn't necessarily mean that shit's going to work well. People are going to clash heads. Creative talents do that. Again, fucking shit can happen. People will leave. It happens.
JK.
Yeah.
Does Adam normally say fucking twice a sentence?
Yes, because he's a legend. They call him Legend of the Wall Talker.
I do, bro. Like, so, like, no offense, bro, but like, it is that sense of when this shit got announced, right? It was this new shit. Okay, cool. And then I saw people say, "Oh, look, they got people from Naughty Dog, people from Santa Monica, people from, from other studios." I'm like, all right, this studio looks pretty stacked. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're gonna bring out this big fucking starstruck game off the rip. No, because again, when it comes to talent, it takes time for that machine to rotate in a good manner. Like any fucking machine does. It happens, right? You're putting this talent together, right? Their egos are in this talent. Shit can fucking clash. Now, when it comes down to what initiative I'm working on, personally, and other people within the industry have said this stuff as well, I don't want them to be working on a reboot, a remake of a previous game. Allow these guys for their first game to work on a new IP because they're a new studio. Don't give them. I swear, if they bring out Perfect Dark and like, yeah, we're working on a Perfect Dark game, and I think it will be Perfect Dark, which kind of fucking sucks. I'm not gonna lie.
It could be a sequel to Perfect Dark.
It could be, but again, the last Perfect Dark game, a lot of people said this, was fucking bad. It wasn't a good game.
It could be good.
Yeah, it could be good, but it's like I said about Rare, right? The Rare back in the day is not the same Rare as it once was. The person that I know, a friend that I know that I'm on PlayStation with, consistently talking about industry insider shit, called Jody. I asked him this, we talk about Rare, we talk about Xbox, and again, when I talk about Xbox, Rare always comes up. Rare are not the same fucking studio as they once were.
The Stamper brothers that ran it, they went and sold it, and then they fucked up.
Yeah, exactly, right? And there's a reason behind that.
Okay, True Woody has a $2 super chat. Doesn't Sony own Sony Online Entertainment and turn Duo and PlanetSide? No, True Woody, they don't own that anymore. They gave that away.
They gave it away.
They gave that away years ago.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, but like again, like like Rare. You go back. They're all great fucking studio. Loved what they did. Banjo-Kazooie, Perfect Dark, and some of the other games, which they had in that collection recently. A great company. Did some really good stuff. But they're not the same company. They really aren't. It's not like Naughty Dog, where again you look at Naughty Dog, right? And again, what's the 30th anniversary? Well, no, 20th anniversary. Sorry, of documentary, where again the torch that was passed on gradually was passed on to people that they knew would be able to carry the pressure. They'll be able to carry that sort of secret fucking formula that Naughty Dog have been able to maintain. And again, they've hit some bumps in the road with the PS3, mainly at the beginning with Uncharted, because they did. But again, they've done a good job. Same thing with Santa Monica as well. They've understood that when people have left, they've thought about who's going to be the next person to lead the charge, right? Same thing with Gorilla. Now,
can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Why do you think Xbox games should be anywhere near remotely as good as PlayStation games?
Well, again, I say no. I'm not saying that. I think that in my own personal... again, this is Xbox fans, right, saying this. This is the words of them, random dudes, what the fuck you want to call them, saying...
dealer.
Dealer, again, some people from IGN even state this, right, but not in the same way. They state in the way of, like, if they want to reach this thing. Because, again, the standard of a good video game, right, is Rockstar, Naughty Dog, CD Projekt Red, Santa Monica.
Agreed. Right.
Again, some other... Yeah, exactly, right? Those are the tiers, right? And obviously, before this generation, right, it was Naughty Dog, Naughty Dog and Rockstar. CD Projekt Red were only on PC. They won within, the millions of people playing their games. No one knew what Witcher was to the masses as what it is right now. Because 3 came out this generation, right? And they've reached that mainstream where, people know who CD Projekt Red are. They know what their games, in some sense, are now, right? And they're hyped for them. And it comes down to that line of that's the benchmark, right? Again, everything has a benchmark, whether it's film, music, games, whatever it may be, sports. You want to reach, right? For me, I see this in the sense of if Microsoft want to reach that benchmark, don't think about that benchmark. Don't put that in your peripherals. Think of something completely out of it, right? Focus on something that's not there. Because if you focus on that, right, it's in the sense of you're limiting yourself on what you could necessarily be achieving if you're not. It's a sense of creativity, right? If you look at someone else's work and you concentrate on that, right, for research, right, you're limiting yourself to what you can create in the long run, right? Yes, you use that as research, as a sense of an idea, maybe somewhat like encouragement or like inspiration, but you don't use that as an inspiration aspect to a T, where it's a sense of plagiarizing it, right? You want to think of it as in the sense of, this is my idea, let's work on this. And then when you bring it out, and let's just say it is the thing that it gets received as like a great fucking game, holy shit. Think of it in this sense, right? Untitled Goose Game, right? Think of that game, right? Crazy fucking idea, yes. What they focus on Naughty Dog and all that shit? No, because they're an indie company. Why would they be, right? They focus on what they want to make. They went on to win the DICE Game Awards and the GDC Game Awards, Game of the Year Award, and some others. Who would have fucking thunk it? Same thing with Journey. That one Game of the Year. It wasn't focusing on games like those big games. It was focusing on its own little moral thing.
Okay.
Gone Home was another.
You don't sell Xbox Series X to play that game, do you?
Well, no, I'm not. Again, like I'm saying, like again, these are big AAA companies, right? You're expecting them to make a AAA game, yes, but it's like we said, right? If they want to make an initiative, right?
This is how I see it. 2 points. That they need to. Well, the main problem that they've always had is like if you see the launch of the Xbox One, they came out with quite a good lineup of games. I'm not saying that these games were good games. I'm just saying that it was a good lineup. It had lots of games, right? And then you look at PlayStation, and it hardly had anything. It had Contrast, things like that, and about the only thing worth bothering with. And I bought both consoles because I wanted to play as many games as possible. And I ended up finding that I didn't like most of the games that were on the Xbox, and I just thought, well, this is not too good. And I wasn't the only one, because there was other people who looked at Rise and thought, no, I don't like the look of that. And they looked at Dead Rising 3 and they didn't like that either. And then they would turn their nose up at everything that was offered. And even Quantum Break, where there was some effort made there, they were interested in that game. But the problem was that Microsoft committed with Don Matrick to bringing out quite a lot of games, and he made all the wrong stuff. And he didn't come out with Halo straight off. That was later. Nope. So it was like people were wanting like maybe a Splinter Cell game, and all of these things that they would have had in the recognized IPs, and they weren't getting them. And people are very risk averse. These Xbox consumers, they will not buy into a new IP.
There you go. Thank you for saying that shit.
If you put something in front of them, Madden or Gears, or Forza, they'll buy it. But if you put something in front of them and it's something really good, like Hollow Knight, they won't touch it.
Nope, they won't. Thank you for saying that shit.
Thank you so much. Again, I mean, here's the thing about that, because I remember saying, I'll say this afterwards, because I remember stating this with because again, Xbox fans, again, Halo, Gears, Forza, right? They have that shit stuck in their mentality, and even though they turn around, some Xbox fans say, "Oh, we don't just care about the game; we care about all games." It's like, well, that's you. But if you were talking to the whole Xbox fan base, I'm sorry to say it, but you're fucking wrong. When it comes down to what you just said, right? You're fucking right. You are 100% fucking right. Yes, because again, when Xbox One came out and the PS4 came out, if you had to go back, you would actually, if I'm being honest, right? Xbox should have sold more consoles than PlayStation, because they had Rise on Rome, they had Killer Instinct, they had Dead Rising 3, they had Sunset Overdrive, obviously not at launch, and obviously Halo. But again, they had those games. They had a better line than PlayStation did. Let's be honest, they definitely fucking had a better line.
They did.
I disagree. I'm surprised it sold as many as it has. It sold something like 38 million. I wouldn't be surprised if it only sold 20 million by now. They fucked up the launch so incredibly badly with their DRM.
Oh yeah.
And the spy camera. People.
The spy camera. I remember that.
Take it away. I don't want it in my house.
I mean, yeah, they did. They had a whole bunch of public relation massacre, nightmares, and it didn't help.
I don't know. Here's the thing about the whole DRM situation, right? I said this shit before, right? And I think we had that cold dealer in here, and they agreed with this shit, right? When it came to, and I don't know if they just didn't want to fucking argue about it or not. But here's the thing with Don Matrick, right? Somebody just mentioned his name in the fucking chat. They fired that guy. They crucified that guy for making one fucking slip, by the way, one slip. Right, this is the first thing where this is the first time where I've again he's been scrutinized. This is the one time, and he got fired, bro. He got fucking crucified for what? But here's the thing: he wasn't the only one in that fucking ballroom that was making up these fucking ideas and all these other bits and bobs. Phil was it part of that team as well, by the way, and others were in that fucking thing. Did they get fired? No. They literally put that guy on a pedestal. They fucking crucified his ass. Now, here's the thing. You look at Xbox, what they were trying to deliver back then to what they are now. How many of the things have they actually slowly crept back into that fucking console? Needless to say, some of the policies that they actually had, not all of them, but some of them actually would have benefited their fucking console in the long run. It's also the sense of the spy camera shit and all that stuff. Again, everyone owns a fucking phone. Again, Alexas and shit like that, they are all listening to you. But then, again, with the recent DualSense control, with the microphone, everyone's saying, "Oh, I don't want my controller to be listening to me," and shit like that. Motherfucker, you have probably 4 devices in your house.
Fucking mute button.
You have got it doesn't matter though, Balajay. You have loads of devices in your fucking household that are listening to you. Your privacy is non-existent anymore, right? No one gives a fuck about it anymore. So let's be honest, no one does. Man, fuck, like people take pictures of themselves naked on their phone, right? Thinking that no one's gonna look at them. But if your phone, like,
I don't know anyone who does
This
that.
dude said Jennifer Lawrence illegal.
Well, the celebrities that got leaked, remember?
Oh yeah,
exactly,
what is it
bro.
called?
Like
The
people,
fappening?
like,
Yeah,
again, like,
Adam nailed it.
at your phones, bro. Again, like I've seen my friends, right, take some weird, again, not like naked shit like that, but like, weird pictures on their phones, right? Not naked shit, anything like that. But like, again, their friends have known their password, gotten their phone, and looked at their pictures like, what the fuck are you doing on your phone? And they look at it like, oh, fuck off. What are you doing that for? And it's just like, what the hell do you do with your phone? Like, it's, again, like, the aspects of privacy, there is a sense of it, yes. But it is also a sense that, is it easy to get in people's shit? Yes, it is. Depending on, obviously, friends, family, whatever it may be. Fuck it, whatever. But again, when it comes down to, like, Xbox One as a console when it started, right? There are a lot of things that were on that console initially that have crept back into the console now. And that are, theoretically speaking, have gotten the bullshit of what's it called again? What did I call that shit? Lip service. That's it. It's a fucking like a business aspect to lip service. I've mentioned this shit numerous times, right? It's a sense of talking about something that is theoretically kind of bad, but giving it like a different tone, right? Making it in the sense where if you're pitching this thing to a customer, you want to make it look flashy, sort of thing. And that's what they've done with a lot of their things that they had initially on the Xbox One, and they brought over, but they've given it a different coat of paint. And that's what Phil's done. And people have noticed this shit. A lot of people have noticed it. Again, I've said this numerous times. Phil, great guy, done some good stuff for him, yes. But could anybody have done what Phil's done? Fuck yes.
I could have did it.
Could, again, the studios that he acquired,
Schreier.
could people, again, could someone have brought in studios at a quicker rate than Phil? Yes, they could have. No one, it's like, again, like, the thing is about Xbox, as a whole, it's a sense of people, fans, whatever you want to call them, talk. But it's a sense of wait until you show your things. And then when people say, oh, but you talk about PlayStation and all bits and bobs in that sort of manner, yes, because PlayStation have fundamentally proven this shit for 25 fucking years straight. Whereas Xbox haven't. People only started giving a shit about Xbox when the 360 came along. Let's be honest. Like, a very small fragment of people gave a shit about Xbox when it initially came out. Me being one of them. So I bought an Xbox for Halo. And then I bought a 360 for Halo, what was it, free? Yeah, free. And then Gears War came out. I was like, holy shit, this game looks fucking awesome. Played it. Fucking the next best thing. After that, though, yeah. But I think, I'm coming off topic here. But
yeah.
You mentioned about new IPs, right? And again, their fan base, they've got a specific taste, right? I said this in previous podcasts, right? When they got Ninja Theory, that was the most biggest surprise to me in studio acquisitions because of what Ninja Theory have been making as of recent, right? They're based on, again, the lead guy there, got his name now, he's all about psychology, right? Mental health, all that shit like that. And you're putting that on Xbox consoles. What makes you think people are going to buy your game on the Xbox console? The answer to that is they're not. They're going to Game Pass that. That's why that thing's a fucking aspect. Right? When it comes down to Ninja Theory games, I don't see Hellblade selling well. But I see it doing well on Game Pass.
Look, the concept of Game Pass, you're missing, right? The point of Game Pass is to sell console. Because you can't use Game Pass without a console.
What's your user base?
You need if you give someone a Game Pass subscription, it's no use to them unless they've also got.
Yes.
Make that,
Like
that thing as attractive as possible. You say, oh, it's £1,
Yeah.
just get into it. And they say, oh, but you'll need an Xbox. And they'll say, oh, there's a new Xbox. I've already got an Xbox. I'd like this new Xbox coming out. Will make Hellblade 2 look even better.
Yes.
They'll still be able to play it on their Xbox One Sad Edition, right? But they look at the Xbox Series X version and they're thinking, that just blows it out the water. It looks phenomenal on that. Same game.
Yes. Xbox are looking at their system, right? It's not a traditional console anymore. It's an ecosystem, right? It's an evergreen system in the sense. An evergreen system is basically it's a sense of like mobile phones. Right?
I agree.
It's basically like mobile phones, right? You know,
it's like iOS mobile phone.
It's like an iPhone, right? You can have like a 5-year-old fucking or 5 or 4, like no, not even that. Like I'm not actually not playing it, like 5 generation fucking iPhone. Like,
dude, you got a terrible echo.
I don't know who that is. Who is that? Yeah, you can have like an iPhone fucking years down the line, right? That still works to this day and can do what pretty much most phones do to this day, but obviously, you know, you've got a better camera these days, like, again, and maybe again, like, it's a bit quicker and shit like that. Again, because obviously, you know, mobile phones, batteries die out, they slow down, so on and so forth.
The way that Microsoft makes money, different from Sony, there's a slight overlap, but there's a difference, right? The main difference is that people on Xbox will tend to have Xbox Live, and they have to pay for it. Whereas people on PlayStation can get by without having any PS Plus because all their games that are good are single player. You don't have to have it.
Oh, again, like you said, right? Again, like PlayStation Plus, right, is fundamentally for online, obviously, the free games. Free-to-play games, you're fine. There's no paywall. Single-player games, no paywall, right?
Yeah, they can play Fortnite on their PlayStation.
Exactly, right? And it's also a sense as well with... Yeah, exactly. You see, I've heard this. I don't believe it, but theoretically speaking, if this was to be true, Xbox Live, if PlayStation and Xbox were to scrap the online subscription services, again, PlayStation, scrap that, where you can play online for free, but it is a sense of, and I've said this shit, right? They scrap that. This is prioritize PlayStation, for instance, right? So, alright, so Plus membership goes back to originally what it is, right? So, again, you don't need it for online, right? But it does have the fundamentals of discounted prices and free games every month. On top of that, with PlayStation, with the aspect on top of this, right? They revamped PlayStation now to the extent where they incorporate that with Plus. And they use, again, PlayStation Now as the fundamental thing for backwards compatibility for PS1, 2, and 3 games, I should say.
So would you be paying for the PS Now?
So no, this will be with Plus. So it'll be all crammed into one price, sort of thing, right? Kind of like with
the
Xbox
and the
Ultimate.
Be combined, and you pay just for that.
So basically it's like Xbox Live Ultimate or whatever it is, or Game Pass or Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, right? It's like that where you have gold.
It wouldn't be any more money than it is. So you get the enhancement of PS Now for nothing. I have to concede them doing that.
Yeah, so basically, like I'm saying, bro, it's fundamentals of online games. You play online for free, you're all good, right? But if but it says PlayStation will have PlayStation Plus, which will allow you to obviously get discounted deals, free games every month, right? Whether it's PSVR, PS4, PS5 games, whatever it may be, and on top of that, they integrate PS Now within Plus, and they allow, like I'm saying, right, this is the thing that solves the whole backwards compatibility thing for PS1, 2, and 3.
Right. I think they'll do that.
Yeah, because again, like the way, if you look at Game Pass, right, to this day, right now, right, they have a lot of their games in the Game Pass, right, are backwards compatibility games, right, and they are the popular ones like Fable, Gears, and obviously not Halo because you've got the Master Chief Collection, so they wouldn't do that. But again, the reason why they did that right, is because they saw the numbers when they theoretically rolled in the backwards compatibility thing in 2015, right? They saw the numbers as to how many people were theoretically using this, the feature. It was not a lot, right? It was a few people, but not a lot. So when they introduced Game Pass, right, they rolled it out as what it was, right? You know, integrating some games here and there. But they thought, how about we use that as a way in to get people to use.
We can hear you. You just go let him talk to this wall for the next hour.
Like I'm saying,
right? No, he does seem to like it.
You talk
I
to
was
wall
trying to make
too.
sure.
Everybody
I just want to make sure.
I just yeah. So like I'm saying, uncompetitive man. Their theory right now, they are right now using Game Pass as the backwards compatibility aspect to like that feature. They are 100% using that. They saw the numbers that no one was gonna go out and buy an old version of a game. They knew.
What do you think about all that, Snow Bunny?
Is she here?
I don't know.
I'm not crossing.
Adam, you've been talking about like 4 hours, bro, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Everybody's sleep.
I have to drink some water.
We let you talk.
I definitely a fucking drink, man. Because like, here's the thing, right? I'm just bugging you, man. There is apart from James Bond crisis, bro. There has been no fucking news this week, and no one can turn around and say
I had more topics, you fuckface.
Go on to the next topic, please.
Yeah,
okay, let's go to the next topic after fucking 2 hours of you guys talking to walls. Okay, the next topic is. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Amazon France PC ports. I wanted to talk about that. That was funny. Did you hear about that? Amazon France kept announcing like shit was going to PC.
Yes. And when they announced fucking Super Mario Odyssey, everyone's randomly then said, "Oh, it's bullshit."
Hold on.
Because fucking
they
Mario.
Also announced that PS5 was going to PC.
Yes, I know, but that was after. That was after they announced fucking Super Mario, which was the thing that made people go, "Oh, it's a lie." Like.
I mean, some people were saying it when they said Last of Us was going to PC. A lot of people was like, okay, this might be fake.
So, in future, right, I'm going to say this right now, in future, when you see Amazon France, Amazon Germany, wherever the fuck it may be, I expect everyone to now take their shit with a massive pinch of salt. Because...
A pinch of salt?
Yeah. Like, a fucking, like, I'm talking about a massive...
fucking bowl of salt.
I'm talking about a whole fucking bucket, like, I'm like a pack of pot. I don't give a fuck, bro. A sandbag or so. I don't know. Like, any person that thinks that Amazon are, like, credible, like, no. Next topic. Fuck that topic. I don't give a fuck about the topic.
I just want to say that a lot of people thought it was true, including myself, because of what happened with the Horizon Zero Dawn thing. Even though they weren't right and it was rumored... way before Amazon France put it on their site, it was still it was like, okay, well, they kind of was telling the truth about this, or did kind of be right. But what I want to talk about this topic was, I like how Sony came out and let people know, no, this is false. This is what I was telling people about the Horizon Zero Dawn thing. If it was a fucking lie, they would have made sure they came out and let people know a lie. Because they don't want people to get that bad idea that there's no reason to buy a PS5 because their games are going to other platforms. That would hurt their brand. And I don't care what anybody say. I was saying it all that same day.
You want to know something really funny about this whole thing, right? Because I was watching IGN's Beyond podcast, right? And I'm glad they said this shit. They have, right, somewhat briefly written up articles, right, waiting for shit like this to get announced. So, if it's just to say, right, Bloodborne does get announced for PC. Let's just say, theoretically speaking, like, Bloodborne goes to PC finally, right? IGN have literally got an article somewhat pre-written up, ready for that shit.
That's so
just
fucking
in
sad,
case.
bro.
That is so... And again, they've said this shit.
Hold on. Okay, everybody, this is big fucking news. Adam is breaking this story. Thank you, Adam.
But no, this
hold
is just
on.
IGN. This is
Talk
just IGN.
into the mic and repeat everything you just said, bro. Talk into the mic, repeat. Hold on, let me turn your volume all the way up. Because this is really fucking important. Hold on. I'm turning Adam's volume up to 200%. Speak the truth, Adam.
I'm broadening the sense up because again, medias do this a lot, right? Again, this is IGN that said this, but again, GameSpot do this and others do this, right? They have pre-fucking documented articles of like games or news that theoretically is batshit crazy, but not other possibilities, and they wait. And again, if an opportunity shines, they will literally pull that shit out of the archives, spruce it up, and then release it as if like they fucking know. Ergo, like I just said, they've said right on this podcast, they were saying this right. I think Brian was talking about this. Brian Otano. They have an article pre-written up about a Bloodborne PC port if it was to happen. They know it ain't gonna happen, but if it does, they have something already written up, ready to fucking go, so they can jump on it. That's how, and this is the other thing as well, that's how they get the articles out so quickly. Because they have this shit already written up prior. It's bonkers, man. I give them a round of applause for it, but it's fucking sad, I ain't gonna lie.
It's very
sad. It's definitely fucking sad.
But I've figured this for a long time because
I'm gonna get a drink, man. My fucking throat is hurting me.
Yeah, I figured this for a long time that it was like that even though they don't know stuff, they assume stuff and they have that shit ready. You know, it's kind of like, okay, I could do the same fucking thing about games I highly suspect are going to PC, like Final Fantasy. When it first got announced for PS4, I already knew, hey, you already brought Final Fantasy 15 over there. Why won't Final Fantasy 7 Remake go over there? Or Crash Bandicoot, when that went to multiple platforms, I said, okay, well, whenever they announce Spyro the Dragon, I already know it's going to go to multiple platforms, or should be releasing on multiple platforms day and date. Now, they brought out Spyro the Dragon on 2 platforms. Day one, Xbox and PS4, and then I think the following year it came to the Switch and PC. The thing is, there's a pattern to everything, but the way that Adam just said about these journalists, that's kind of fucked up. That they would have these articles they write up, like make-believe shit that they think might happen, just ready, bro. Like, wow. That's just fucking sad. Now that you think about it, it's just really fucked up. Like, and they know it's bad though. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's news for them, but I've told people this multiple times. Putting your games on another platform is not gonna help sell the system that you're about to come out with. It's not happening, bro.
What do you think about what he said?
What did he say? Did he just say something?
Yeah, he said there's a Bethesda thing, true cause Sony quiet. I think sure $2 by the way. What's that about though?
What happened with Bethesda? Let us know.
That's what I'm saying.
Because I don't like Bethesda, so I don't give a fuck what they do. They are not on my, like, did Doom come from them?
They published it, but they didn't develop it.
Okay, so yeah, I don't really like them.
And then he mentioned he can't wait to see the Tears in Sunset 2 comes, which I think that's gonna happen at some point, man.
I want to see Sunset Overdrive 1 remastered with a subtitle put on a PS4 or PS5, and that right there that will freak a lot of people out, because again, they know that game is supposed to be on PlayStation systems, and that's what I'm saying. It doesn't need a sequel. You just remaster the first one, and that's enough.
It'd be awesome if we get that and Resistance at the same time.
Exactly. I believe Insomniac has been too quiet. They have tons of other games they could be working on. They moved into a fucking new studio, a year or two before this new generation started popping off? They're working on something, Sam. They keep teasing those 3 games, Resistance, Ratchet and Clank, and Sunset. and ever so often Spider-Man. They're working on something, man.
Kill me with the Resistance stuff, but the Spider-Man 2, man. I mean, how legitimate do you think these rumors are with it being like an early launch
this
title
was
or
one
whatever?
of the last things we were going to talk about, these rumors. The Spider-Man rumor, I traced it back. I looked at some of the concept. The concept is from the last time they talked about the Spider-Man 2 rumor, which the concept art isn't. 2 pieces of the art is unknown from me. One of the pieces of the art came from a concept art from Into the Spider-Verse. But the other 2 are brand new to me. I never saw those before, and I found those today. As far as the leak, I read a good amount of it. It seems very elaborate, you know? Like normally with a leak, you get a little bit of information, but this seems like somebody either was sitting down there in a press conference listening to all this, I mean, in a meeting listening to all this, or they were looking at some sort of, like, trailer or something that they showed.
What are you talking about?
The new
Spider-Man 2
the new
thing?
fake leak rumor for Spider-Man 2 and if it's real or not. I feel there's way too much information and I can't believe that it's real.
But didn't I post some concept? I mean, it was on April Fool's, which I took with a fucking huge grain of salt, by the way.
Which one you talking? You talking about the new leak this weekend, or you talking?
No. On April Fool's, right? I remember I saw some of these concepts that popped up with Miles Morales in school.
Yeah, that was from Into the Spider-Verse Part 2.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I looked at that, and again, like some of them, again, like. I looked at it, I was like, okay, cool. But then there was a concept with the Spider-Man suit with the white symbol, and I was like, I don't know quite yet, but it could be, bro, maybe.
Okay, let me put it this way. Let me just put it this way. You know how many people can do concept art for the PS5, and all of them were wrong? I got a thumbnail from dealer Dumbass Gaming that is still using a fake image, a fake concept image of the PS4 controller, even though the real controller has been revealed.
Yeah,
like, that's how it is when it comes to concept art. If it looks good, people are going to keep using it, even if you know what the thing looks like. I remember seeing so many years ago, some of my favorite concept art. It was a theory that Microsoft should get into the handheld game after the PSP and DS went at it. And the concept art in a magazine, I think by Game Informer, that I saw for Xbox handheld was amazing, bro. It was kind of like what was it? The Sidekick. You remember the Sidekick cell phone?
Yeah, you got up against this, bro. You got up against fucking Nintendo, bro. It's a tall order already, bro.
I know, but I was like, the concept art was so amazing, bro. I knew they were gonna fail, but
Nintendo will bitch slap your ass if you come into that console.
But the whole thing is, concept art makes you believe something. But as we know about the controller, know about the controller. So far, we know that controller touchpad is just a touchpad, not a touch screen. There are still people spreading the controller around that has the touchscreen from the concept art of the PS5. Again, bro, I don't know if we should believe concept art is real if it's for something else. Like, if this concept art is for Into the Spider-Verse and not for the Spider-Man 2, then why are you spreading it around like it's for Spider-Man 2, the video game?
Well, because the rumors were that apparently next year in 2021 that Spider-Man 2 might be coming out. That's what
they were also saying Spider-Man Into Spider-Man.
I mean, here's the though, Jay. Let's be honest, right? If Spider-Man 2 was, let's just say, it did get announced this year. Spider-Man 2 is coming out next year. You can't say you're not going to be fucking hyped for that shit.
Oh, I wouldn't be. And I would believe it once it get announced. But with so many lies and rumors out here, I don't know what to believe. Bro.
Again, yeah.
It's just like, I don't want to be burned again. Like, oh, I'm going to believe this. And then this. Like, you know how crazy I went when it looked like Days Gone was going to PC? Why? Because it's believable. It's using the Unreal Engine, and it didn't. Look, people are going to tell me it sold very well. I didn't see any numbers. Sony might think that they have a market over there, so they might put it over there. So it was very believable.
Again, with the people, when the sales were up, it was in between two games. I think if I'm not correct, it did better. It didn't do. it did better than.
We talked about this last Sunday. It did better than.
It didn't do as good. It didn't do as good as Resident Evil 2. I know that. It did better than some other game, and it was like and that game was 2.so million. So it did beat. It has sold nearly 3 million. Nearly sold 3 million at that point in time. So it's quite good. I mean, this wasn't obviously in 3 days. It's like a week or two. So, but yeah, man, like.
I think it's sitting at probably a good somewhere between 5 or 6 million. Could be a lot higher, but obviously, like Sony would have bragged about the sales numbers if it was really, really good.
Sony brag about sales numbers if they do 3 million in the first 3 days. That's what I've always come across with. If it does that, they'll brag about it.
When did Days Gone come out? What, the beginning of last year?
Yes.
I'm hoping we could get a sales report soon. Like, I mean, we should have got one, but I would love to know how well it did to see if we have a chance of getting a sequel.
That's normally
just try tweeting to the director.
Huh?
I got a response. That director, Jeff Ross, tried tweeting him about it.
Jeff Ross,
He might at least give you a hint.
Yeah. I think this week the Portuguese voice actor for Deacon passed away. I think it was. And
oh shit! Did he have Corona too?
Yeah, bro. So I think I think it was Corona. Yeah, bro. But yeah, man.
Killing everybody, man.
I just saw something interesting, by the way, J-Tech, involving your favorite game of all time, Dreams. They're saying that the user, I guess the amount of people are on it, are pretty much the same, if not above, the Little Big Planet 2 numbers when they came out. So, again, people that are saying the game was a disaster, didn't do anything, nobody's playing it, you're fucking idiots.
Bro.
Just wanted to repeat that.
Hey, somebody's remaking Cyberpunk and Dreams, and it's a really, really good one. Yeah, it's really... He did the car and everything, and the car moves through the city, open world. I'm going to go back on Dreams after I'm done this last wave of grinding on Final Fantasy, and I got to go check out some shit because it's a lot of private, real passion projects on Dreams. Like, they're working on them, but they haven't published any of them. But they're good. The stuff that the people are posting that they're working on is really good. Mario is back on Dreams again, a better Mario level than the last time. Yeah, the same Mario is still being used. Like I said, they didn't delete Mario from Dreams. They just made the guy that made his Mario, they deleted it, made him delete it. But that Mario was still being used by other people, so everybody still has Mario. And that's why I was like, you need a cease and desist letter instead of just, hey, let me go after the person that created it or try to pinpoint individual creations. It's like, man, this shit's gonna take forever to go through all those levels. You know, like it's a lot of levels on Dreams. They call it Dream Pack.
I forgot about that actually. That was on Friday, I think it was. That fucking. So this is what I mean about the aspects of patents and all that shit like that. And again, like PlayStation notorious for patents. And you know what I loved about some people that covered news, man, was the fucking patent for a fucking buddy robot that was lingering around for Sony. And people were fucking eating that shit up, talking about it in the sense of it'll be a part of PlayStation. No, it's a Sony patent.
A fucking robot.
Yeah, did you not see that? It's like a buddy robot where it basically it's kind of like fucking like when you're in school, you have to take care of like a baby for like a week or shit like that, man. It's basically like, well, not like that, but in the sense of like you can have this buddy next to you, and if you like beat the crap out of it, it will be very sad. But if you like compliment it, it will be very nice to you, and also it kind of apparently can figure out if you're in a good mood or bad mood, or it can help you out. I don't fucking know. Yeah, have a look at it yourself. But people ate that shit up. People ate that shit up, man. I'm like, yo, it's a fucking patent. And it's, again, like, think about it this way. How many, there was like, I don't know, how many patents there were for that DualShock 5 controller before it was called DualSense.
Oh, okay.
But none of that came up to be fucking true. The whole sweating and the, sweat
thing none of that shit. Look, bro, I think, like I said, I know people don't like that from this channel. We will talk about rumors, but we will make sure we classify them as rumors and unconfirmed. We don't want to be like, let's say, Next Gen 720 or Dealer or Cult, and they're just freely talking about rumors as if they're facts. I don't want that because, see, I take flack more than anybody else in the community, and I don't like it. And if I put out some information that's a rumor and talk about it as fact, and it comes out to be wrong, I will get I will get hammered. If Dealer does that shit, it's just another fucking day. So again, we're different people. We're different channels. We're different podcasts. I can't get away with what they can get away with. So if you want to know why I tiptoe around rumors and don't hype them up as much as other people, is because I don't want to look like these guys, bro. I don't.
Content.
So we do got two other rumors, right? Or one rumor that I think we talked about one. There might be another.
We got one rumor. I can't be heard.
I can hear you, Sam. Okay, let's talk about this rumor. We can joke later. This one is a product.
No, I was just wondering if y'all talked about if y'all gonna watch the thing tonight with the last.
We'll talk about that later. Sam told me about it. This is the one last rumor I think I have. This one is about the PS5 either getting announced tomorrow or getting revealed. That rumor started floating around Saturday or Friday.
Just let me know if I'm echoing because I got the headphone.
Okay. So I don't know. Did anybody hear about the rumor where the PS5 is getting announced or revealed tomorrow on April 20th? And then I
Sony conference, isn't it?
Huh?
Talking about the Sony only conference?
Yeah, that's like, I don't know. That shit came out of nowhere. People just believe everything.
Wait, are you talking about that board fucking meeting that was announced?
Exactly. Yes, that's the one people talking about.
No, it's a fucking again like.
I know that. I've tried to tell people that, but they kept hyping me up on it, man.
I'm just saying right now there have been a lot of people have already kind of said nothing to do with place related. It's a meeting to discuss what their plans of actions are as a company, and that is to do with again PlayStation. It's to do with their music. It's to do with their films. It's everything. It's regarding every fucking thing. So, yes, PlayStation will be a part of the conversation, yes, but it's not a fucking reveal event. Monkeys. Go ahead.
Okay, so, because it seemed like people like yourself educated them, they had then moved the rumor date to May 16th. So, the same people that were saying April 20th, they quickly got that shit debunked, and then they were like, May 16th. So, look, all I'm going to say right now is I think people need to stop with the reveal. Sony dropped the controller on us, and no one knew it was happening. Nobody had even an idea of what it was going to look like. I'm being 100% honest. We will not know anything about their reveal until they're ready to let us know. If we're lucky, maybe this week, maybe the following week, we might get an announcement of when they plan to do their stream or their live stream. Their little conference about showing us the system and shit with the prices. They are definitely going to have an announcement about that. I just don't know when that's going to be. And again, we won't know when that announcement
I'm just going to put this out here because obviously you know my stance on this, right? I've said my date. When I think it might happen, I'm gonna say this right now. If let's just say theoretically speaking, I am right and it does happen on a date, I'm expecting. I'm not really, but in the sense of, I would love to see people say, "Hey, Adam, you're fucking right." But I know for a fucking because I'm not a big YouTube like some of these motherfuckers are. I'm not big, but I cannot wait to see motherfuckers be like, "Oh, it's happening! Oh my god, man!" It's like, dude, I fucking said this shit months ago, and like, okay, cool, no problem, no recognition here. But I don't give a fuck. I don't really want recognition at this point. Man. I just if it does happen though, fuck it. I'm gonna wake up with a smile on my face. That's what I'm gonna say. If it happens on that day, I'm gonna fucking smile. If I'm wrong, cool, don't give a fuck. But if it is, I'm gonna smile. I'm gonna grin, bro. I'm gonna have that Cheshire cat grin on my face. I'm like, yo, yeah. Anyway.
You bastard.
I do, man. Like, I mean, it's what was my reason for that date? Oh yeah, it was it was Judges Week for E3, but well, it's kind of connected to E3. But I don't know. I want to know actually. I wonder if they're still doing Judges Week because they haven't theoretically came out and said they cancelled it. I do wonder that shit's still going on because they could technically still do it. Because again, it's in San Fran, so like all they have to do is get certain people. Again, the people that they're going to get to come out, most of them, they know. Again, they can. Again, it's a small group of people, so they can. The whole aspect of infection is very small. I don't wonder they're still going to do it. I'm gonna have to think about that. I'm gonna have to ask someone. Be interesting. Anyway.
Okay, well, it looks like we're all good. It looks like we don't have any more gaming topics to talk about. And...
Yay!
Oh, but you're wrong, Jay.
What?
Gears Tactics.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about that. We started with that, to be honest.
We're not talking about that.
We're gonna talk about it because it's one of the best games out here. Gears Tactics, right? Let's just close out by saying it's weird that Microsoft hypes up a game that will only come out on PC. Xbox and PlayStation gamers were a little bit confused. I know I was when I didn't see an Xbox platform listed. I only saw it on Windows Store and Steam Store. This is one of their biggest franchises, and they put this shit exclusively on PC. I don't give a fuck if it was an RTS or a fucking Tall Tale game, or like Tall Tale type of game. It doesn't matter, bro. It's Gears. Like, what the fuck, bro? It doesn't matter if only 2 people wanted it. It's fucking Gears. And you gonna put that shit exclusively on the PC. It's like that Forza Street game for the mobile. Well, you didn't have a Forza this year. You might as well throw that shit on Game Pass for the consoles. I mean, I don't know why not. I don't know.
You want Forza Mobile?
Yeah, it's called Forza Street or something.
You gotta pay for like every track, every decal, every paint job.
Yeah, something like that.
It's mainly to do with again they did what was it? I think it was in February. I think it was they're doing like a partnership with Samsung where they were on stage with Samsung in March when they were announcing the S20 phone. Like again, Samsung getting into gaming in a point, and they want games on their phones that sell their phones. Forza, Microsoft being the case. Also, xCloud benefiting both ends. Yeah, cool, whatever. Yeah, man.
On that xCloud,
exactly. We need to get on that xCloud, Sam. We need to get Adam signed up.
Play Game Pass titles from your job on your phone.
Fuck them, man.
Through Game Pass and xCloud.
Yeah, let's go again, but I'm gonna say right now, man. Like, I fucking.
Do you think the situation gonna get better with Xbox? Because they only have one game that they can announce next. That the last game they can announce is or
I don't know.
bring out is fucking your favorite game, Battletoads. That's the last game they
my
have
problem,
to bring out.
my problem with Xbox is the sense of they talk a big game, they never fucking deliver.
Well, they haven't announced Forza 8.
You said Forza 8? Yeah, I think that's gonna be a part of the lineup. So they definitely announced that shit. Like, let's say in June,
It's a launch
have their
game, right?
conference.
When they first did the trailer, they had a transparent box, and then they went and showed someone kicking a football, and then they showed.
They had a car, so there's probably gonna be a new FIFA game.
Yeah, that's probably FIFA. Fucking their deal. They probably got in a deal with FIFA. I don't give.
It's funny that they keep doing deals with FIFA, and that game sells both.
Well, no, they haven't. That's the problem. FIFA been doing deals with PlayStation over the past few years.
In your face, J-Talk.
Shut up.
They've been doing deals with Madden. That's what they've been doing deals with recently over the years.
We did, before we go, I did hear they got a new deal with NBA, National Basketball Association, with their Surface tablets, Microsoft.
Right.
Yep, I heard about that this week. So I guess.
Didn't they have that with the NFL as well?
Yeah, they have one with the NFL this gen, but now it seems like they might be starting out next gen with the same type of partnership. But they announced that shit on stage for this gen. It looks like next gen they just announced that shit on the internet. They didn't make a big
What?
spectacle about it.
Well, at least they won't be announcing fucking Forza or a fucking car on stage because they won't be able to fucking do
it.
You never know.
Is the NBA game going to be roster with an empty court?
You said what?
Is the NBA game going to be like a new roster and an empty court, no players?
It might be, yeah.
That's funny. Please say you got that, Jay. Please say you got that.
I don't think you got it.
Got what?
I think you did get it.
Get the joke.
What did I get? It's gonna be an empty court with NBA.
Yeah,
players?
exactly. The coronavirus, Jay. You fucking idiot.
I've been knew that. I've heard them floating that shit around. I don't even watch AEW because they're doing that shit, bro. But at least they were smart enough to put some of the wrestlers in the.
Yeah,
you know, yeah.
So what's go again? Just to roll this off the tongue, really, because this is the next time. The rundown is Xbox gamers. If you want these games, you want great experiences, support those new IP games or those crazy ass ideas. Otherwise, if you're only going to support Halo, Gears, and Forza, and that's what you really care about, go fuck yourself. Dude, we talked about it, man. Quantum Break, man, like, it's a cool idea, cool concept, but I didn't anyone give a fuck about it on Xbox.
Well, see, a lot of them, what I don't like about the Xbox fans, a lot of them looked at...
Fuck, what was... I played fucking, was it on Monday this week? I downloaded Control. I played it and completed it and platinumed it on Wednesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was really happy with. Again, that game was really fucking good. Really enjoyed it. They
were mad that that developer put a game on PlayStation.
The only problem that I had with that Control game was one, frame rate because of reasons, obvious reasons, and two, boss battles being a little bit fucking hokey. But that game was really fucking good. I like that game.
But look, they were salty because that developer they thought was going to stay exclusive to Microsoft. And
also, I just went on to the trend a bit. I just saw a dealer post about another fucking video. New PlayStation 5 details or a concept art of the PlayStation, saying tons of new games and incredible visuals for next-gen boxes. Insane fire. Now, here's the thing with dealer, and no offense to the guy, but
you say your offenses to that guy. Fuck him.
You say you're neutral, right? But here's the thing, and I don't like this because it is that sense of it's a sense of complimenting something, but then afterwards saying you're a piece of shit. I see this guy tweet out. I'm not being rude, man, but like he tweets out a lot about. He tweets out about how PlayStation's gonna be really good, guys. It's really awesome, in the sense of being a really petty fucking way. But then it's sense of flip the switch. Oh, but Xbox is way more better. Fuck you guys. And he doesn't really. I don't know if he realizes this.
Why would you say you don't think he realizes it? He definitely realizes it, man.
I don't. To be honest, at this point, Jay, I don't think he does. I think he's writes it off the back of his hand, man. Like, it's just.
Bro, he has a base just like Donald Trump. He knows exactly what the fuck he's doing, bro.
Bro, it's like I said, you know what?
Look at Donald Trump and look at the crazy shit he says on stage, and look at fucking Dealer and Colt. Look at their motherfucking base.
What was his name, bro?
Sure, Xbox guy.
Give me a sec, bro. So I need to find out what this guy's name was in Harry Potter. I'm drawing a fucking blank real quick. Professor. Nope.
Professor X.
Yeah, I think you nailed the J.
There you go. Here's like I said, I'm gonna use the same analogy, right? Fucking Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Quirrell, right? He's basically again. He wears a fucking turban, right? On the back of his fucking head, he's got Voldemort on there. D-Lo and fucking Phil Spencer are literally like that. They've got a pissed off version of themselves on the back of the head.
Adam.
That was pretty dope.
Who is Voldemort?
Dude, don't say his name, bro. You don't speak of that name. We don't speak of that name.
Who is
like Candyman?
It's kind of like Candyman. You do not mention his name. It's the one name you do not mention, bro. Voldemort, yes. We don't mention that.
Okay, guys.
Are
we done with all topics today? Do we have any remaining topics today?
Go and watch Harry Potter.
What video game is up?
What video game?
You know what? I just thought of a great idea. You know what?
Are you talking about the Harry Potter or the Last Dance?
You know what? You know what Phil Spencer should go and do, man? He should go and tell Initiative to go and work on a brand new game based off of the documentary series of fucking Tiger King. Do it.
The Tiger King.
No, Adam, you still haven't told me who.
Initiative, make a Tiger King game. That's what they should do. That's what. Yeah, do that. Do that.
Is Voldemort a Transformer from the Transformer movies?
Fucking hate that guy, man. Seriously, man. Oh, God. I just can't. You know what, man? This is so much aspects to like right now where like this is the reason why I've not looked at any news this week, Jay. Is because every bit of news this week has been absolutely fucking shit. There hasn't been anything really fucking good. There's been a crisis. Jason Schreier leaving, other things like that. I've been bored out of my fucking mind this week, really, to be honest. And like, whenever this shit goes over, and like the Xbox finally announced their gay ass lineup where the fuck it will be, and PlayStation released their console and their date and the price and their games, I just can't wait for the end of this fucking year. Like, so when these things come out, people like Dealer and Colt and all idiots like can shut the hell about fucking hardware and talk about games, even though we know they're not going to do that. They're going to talk about controllers.
Mute them on Twitter and then unsubscribe from channels on YouTube, and then you don't have to worry about it.
I'm gonna do it right. Yeah, well, that's the funny thing. You know what the funny thing is? I haven't blocked them. I've muted a lot of people that just talk about hardware every fucking day, trying to commit some bullshit. And I get to the point where I've got a camera on my phone. Should I take a picture of my nuts and send it to the dealer saying, "How about you suck on my scrotum"?
Don't fucking do that, Adam. Cut it out, please.
Because the fact of the matter is, we're talking about Dealer, and then we're talking about Colt. And this is the other thing, and I like to bring this up. The fact that Colt said that he would gladly allow Phil Spencer and Angry Bird to fuck his own wife. Like, it just... God damn it, bro. It's like, oh... Idiotic people like that, man. Oh, God. Yo, coronavirus. Hit them quick.
Well, look. All I'm gonna say, I think these guys are not gonna be able to talk.
I don't know.
Why can't the coronavirus attack Fortnite?
Yeah, look, I don't think these guys are gonna be able to talk the same way once we see
created
the
the
games in
coronavirus.
action. Once we see these games in action, they're not gonna talk about specs anymore. They gonna have to defend the game on the merit of how they look. Because again, just like the Xbox One X. 6 teraflops didn't make fucking Sea of Thieves look better than God of War.
It's funny how Bill Gates got dropped by the Microsoft board just when the coronavirus hit. I wonder why.
We all know he's fucking guilty, fucking corrupt bitch.
Bill Gates knows about the coronavirus long before time. He got the vaccine, bro.
Well, he's a master manipulator.
It's like that episode of a Family Guy where Lois's dad has the cure to cancer. You know what I mean? And he doesn't want to use it for other people. He's just like, yo, this is a dick move, bro. Oh god, I don't know, man.
Wasn't her dad like a slave owner?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Wait.
Okay, yeah.
No, yeah, it was, well, kind of. Yeah, like one of his other.
Like he was an elitist or something, if I remember.
Yeah. I love him though, man. He's a funny character in Family Guy. I love it, bro. It's funny.
No, yeah, he just speaks his mind. He doesn't like Peter.
It's a
no, man. Like, yeah, like, you know, it's funny, bro. I find it funny that I actually haven't been paying attention to like video game movies. Really, I just haven't. I saw Crisis game remaster. Like, awesome, great. I love Crisis 1, 2, and 3. Really, like some of my favorite games. And the game remastered, awesome. I love it. Great, awesome. Jason Schreier's leaving Kotaku. Good, it just makes Kotaku irrelevant. Good.
What do you want to talk about, Somatic?
I do wonder where he's going to move to, actually.
What did you want to talk about, Somatic?
Oh, I just wanted to.
Well, we're about to get out of here because Semantics will talk that crazy shit.
What crazy shit? I was going to bring up The Last Dance, the Michael Jordan documentary that's going to air tonight.
The what?
The 1998, The Last Dance. That's what it's called. The final championship that Michael Jordan won. They have behind the scenes.
Sounds like a rom-com.
It's like a
it did
10-part
sound like a
event
fucking
on
romantic
ESPN.
comedy.
Is it Sam? I heard it's going to be on ESPN too. Not ESPN, Netflix as well.
Is
but I
it
don't see any
good? People are
listings.
hyping up. I don't know. Is it good?
Yeah,
I mean, there's
it's
nothing to watch, so yeah.
Go and
it's
watch
unprecedented
Tiger.
access. It would
Go and
finally
watch
show
Tiger
the
King.
LeBron James idiots that that '98 season.
Oh,
As
okay.
people thought it would.
Well, look,
Go and watch Tiger
Down to the
King.
dono.
look. We
The show
got.
was
I'll
stupid.
check
Go
it
watch
out.
Tiger King.
If I have some time, I might have to download it.
It's at
Go
9.
watch
It's at
Tiger.
9
If you've got
tonight.
Netflix,
I'm
go
not
watch
watching
Tiger
it
King or
live.
go watch
I've
PSL.
downloaded to have something extra to watch at work if I got some spare time. Let me see.
Yeah, I gotta say, bro, I know where Schreier's going to, but I think Schreier might be going to Wall. I don't know. Is it Wall Street or
Where
what?
is Jason Schreier going? Because I don't
Apparently, he
like
might
the
be going
guy,
to
so
what? I
I
think.
could care less where he goes.
He joined another publication.
I know he joined another one, but I don't know.
I think
who
because if I'm not correct, I think Washington Post created a gaming structure to their magazines. I think it was.
Be kidding. He's going to the Washington Post.
I think he might be. I don't know because the thing was they were when he left. Right when he announced he left, they wrote a very nice piece about that, like him leaving Kotaku. Very random, but it's like why? And everyone's wondering it might be. I think he might be going to Washington.
I thought he named where he was going.
Yeah, it was on his Twitter.
I don't know. No, he didn't.
It was on his Twitter when he made that tweet. He said where he was going, but I didn't recognize it.
I don't think he did. I think he just said,
bro. He named it. Trust me, we all know, but I don't recognize the publication he named. It was some weird name.
Might be a brand new one.
Huh?
Yeah. Might be just something from the ground up he started, like Moriarty did.
I was thinking that too, because.
Well, he's doing a podcast with a person that he used to work with, Maddie Myers. That's it, and Kurt Hamill. That's you. He's doing a podcast with them.
He's doing like an Easy Allies thing.
Well, no. Then so Maddie Myers and Kurt Hamilton, they still work at Kotaku. They planned when he was around there, but based on him leaving, if I'm not correct. No, he hasn't confirmed where he's going to, Jay. He hasn't.
You sure?
He's talked about what he's going to be doing in the coming months. Like again, he's finishing off his book. He's also doing some things like some podcasts and stuff like that. He's also going to be on Kind of Funnies. We have Cool Friends and some other things, but he hasn't announced where he's going to yet.
I've got his book.
So why do people like that guy outside of him trying to announce the downfall of PlayStation exclusives? Like, why do people? I'm not gonna lie, bro. Adam, you know me. I didn't recognize that guy until this year? Like,
yeah, I mean, I said this earlier on.
No, it was last year when the rumor came out.
I said this earlier on, bro. Like, I've read a lot. Again, when it comes to Kotaku, he's the only person, right, where people have even given a fuck about Kotaku. If Jason Schreier writes an article, like these past few years, when Jason's written an article on Kotaku, that's the only time where I've seen people retweet or talk about an article to a great extent because it's fucking him, but it's also a sense of what story it is.
Yeah,
Other
exactly,
stories,
bro.
no
He got look. I'm telling you, I did not. If he would have never did what he did with Horizon Zero Dawn, I would have never knew who that guy is, bro.
Again, like I said earlier on, man. Like how many? I'm pretty damn sure every time Kotaku has bring out an article, right? It's always been written by most people that have retweeted and talked about a Kotaku article. It's because it's been written by Jason Schreier. Even though it might not be him.
Kotaku before the Horizon Zero Dawn rumor shit started because they were so
because he writes again when it comes to Jason. He's written the articles that he's written for Kotaku have been the ones that are like the juicy articles sort of thing, right? Where it's like, oh, okay, every other person that's there don't get that. No, right, fuck it. No, we're not talking about that. But that's what I mean, bro. When he's left now, right? I'm saying, right, like Kotaku, like there's no need to look at him anymore. I mean, there might be someone else that would take over that sort of anyway. But no one's gonna give a shit about Kotaku anymore because again, he was the reason why people even gave a fuck.
I mean, he was like Madonna over there.
Kind of, yeah.
Really? They can't replace that generic-looking white guy
That's
with
what I'm
glasses?
saying, Sam. Bro, he's...
Dude, I mean, like, yeah,
Bro,
I mean, here's
put
the
the
thing, like,
fuck
I'm not,
on,
like,
man.
Is that really that difficult of a task?
like, Sam, I can't say they can't do that, because they can, but, like, the thing, like I'm saying, bro, like, people...
Bro, he's the
it's the
guy that
credibility
told
that-
people Horizon was going to PC. That's all I know about that guy.
Yeah, exactly,
Fucking
bro.
joke.
I mean,
He's
like,
a fucking joke. Fuck that guy.
Jay, like, here's the thing, right? And listen, if we got this guy on the podcast, right, I would ask him the question in which I said earlier on, right? Did you write that article on the extent where if it was to somewhat become true or some little fragment was to pop up, you would release that article? I will guarantee you he would have said yes.
I'm confused. What?
I'm talking about him writing the Rise of Dawn PC article, right? They wrote, he probably had that written up months ago, knowing that maybe it might happen. And it did. So he had it in his back pocket, he released it, boom, done.
So he didn't really know to begin with.
Well, again, like, we heard about this shit last year with PS Now, didn't we, right?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't know it was PS Now, but it came out and it was PS Now. A few months later, pops up, oh, it's coming to PC, finally. But the thing is, he already had that shit pre-written in December last year, because he thought of it then. But then it's like, oh, I'll just rehash it, do a few words, change up a few things here and there, boom, release it. I was right all along.
Why I don't like the guy.
Again,
like,
it's
really.
journalism, man. Journalists do that sort of thing where they like rewrite stuff, man.
Coobity kick.
Listen, if people are gonna click onto it and read it, bro, do it. Simple as, like.
True Witty says it'll be media bias next gen all over again.
It probably will be, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
Look, as long as Jason Schreier ain't at Kotaku, I could care less because you gotta have to start his credibility campaign all over again.
No, he won't, man.
Yes,
he won't.
Because if he goes somewhere unknown, bro.
No, he won't, bro. He'll go somewhere.
Bro, he was at Kotaku and nobody liked Kotaku, bro. The only reason why I clicked on that fucking website over the last year, the only reason why people clicked on that site is because of Horizon Zero Dawn news. That's it.
You literally just stated it, right? He was working at Kotaku that no one cared about. But the thing was, right, when he was working there, he was the reason why somewhat people found Kotaku relevant.
I hated that fucking publication. I've always
You know what I mean? Like, he made Kotaku in some essence relevant because of what he wrote about.
Can everybody raise their hands if Kotaku was relevant because of fucking Pipsqueak Jason Schreier? Please, raise your hands.
Yes.
I don't see any hands raised. Okay, objection.
Well played.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
Fucking,
How am I supposed to raise hands on this?
I don't see any hands raised. That's what
I
I'm saying.
don't see how I can raise one.
Oh, trust me, I can see.
I got my dick and my ball bags raised.
God damn it, Adam! Fucking bitch. Bro,
Sorry,
I'm just saying, bro.
Actually, the guy on YouTube from Kotaku was funnier.
Yeah, it's just like, all I'm saying is Kotaku is not a publication you took seriously anyway.
I think of Kotaku as like Polygon, right? I'm like,
no,
I
think of Polygon higher than them. And Games Radar is between Kotaku and Polygon.
We shouldn't be talking about Kotaku and Polygon, to be honest, man. I don't even look at them.
Bro, they've told the truth on some aspects, more so than Kotaku with their fucking rumors and shit. Nah, man, fuck them.
I mean, what publications can we really look at? Like, you know what?
Trust any of them now. You gotta do your own legwork at this point. That's what gamers are doing. That's why we have these podcasts, because we end up having to sort through all of the
I like the guys. I mean, they're not publications, but I like the guys at Easy Ally. That's the only one I can think
of. I don't know who those guys are. I don't even know.
One of them looks like Phil Spencer too.
What?
What?
Yo, wait, Jamal Bates, what are you saying? Yo, Jamal Bates, what are you saying? Get out for, bro? What about? What about, man?
I think because you mentioned your dick.
Classics.
Oh, all right, yeah. That's true. Yeah. Sorry. Hey, remember, guys, I'm gay.
Yeah, we still use that somehow.
What'd you say, Sam?
Apparently, I'm gay.
No, we still use that.
regame.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. That's classic.
Corona.
People in the JTEX chat are doing a cancel protest against me because I said I was gay at one point.
Okay, that's illegal.
Yo, JTEX, cancel Adam, bro. Cancel him.
Adam, what's up, man?
Well,
guys, it is past 6 o'clock. I think we have gotten everything out the way. Let's get the fuck out of here so I can enjoy what's rest of my fucking Sunday.
Oh, Sam, I got my 1917.
I'll see. Hold on, Sam. Somatic. Let me do this outro. I want to thank everybody that showed up. Fatal, which is not here, he had to leave out. Snow Bunny, Somatic, Son of Sam, aka Boca Loca.
I'll be here more often.
Adam, the Wall Talker, more uncompetitive.
Thank you.
And I want to shout out everybody in the chat that always supports our Sunday show, as well as the PlayStation Legion Gaming Podcast on Saturdays. I see you, True Witty, Andrew Wilkins, Frostbite is always here. We got a couple new people. Umar, he's been here a lot too. Trial by Fire always supports us with the super chat questions and and statements. Asa Gaming, Raven 96, Red. So many people here to support us all the time. Verge and Verger.
Yeah, Verger's always here, so social.
Yeah, we got a lot of people, man. So I definitely want to thank all of you guys. Again, if you want to be more part of our community of the PlayStation Legion gamers, I'm going to spit out one more link, and this is going to help you guys. Hold on, this is going to help you guys get a link to our Discord. So again, remember, I do hang out. I hang out in the community section of my YouTube channel. So I will post something periodically, and then I check it and I conversate with you guys. But if I'm not on there, you guys know you can reach me on Twitter, or you can reach me a little bit better on Discord. So I'm going to post that link again. We've actually been very successful in not dealing with the PC trolls. I think they're afraid of the power of the PS5, but they should come back around the summertime. But there's the link for the Discord. If you guys want to join in, you can post pictures, video links, all that shit. We talk about gaming. We even have chats, that are off the air. We talk to each other about games and shit.
At least there's one thing we know about.
What you say?
I said at least there's one thing we know about with the PC trolls and port beggars is that they're like us right now in isolation. They only come out when they need to.
Yeah, I think they're away right now because they're still uncertain.
They probably saw the social distancing. Oh, that's alright. I've been social distancing for a long time.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I would expect them to put up a little bit more of a fight when it comes to specs. But a lot of these guys probably don't have a single teraflop in their PC. Let's be just honest about that shit.
I think of PC port beggar. I think of some PC fans as like, what's his face from the blob from Blade 1, where they fucking fry him with the UV lights. That's what I think of PC fans.
Yeah.
Just like fucking, just like I
mean, I wanna fuck around with these guys a little bit later, but after the PS5 is officially revealed and we see like a good game running on that shit, that's when I'm gonna start targeting the fuck out of these guys again. But they're still quiet right now, and the PS5 has not been revealed yet.
Picture it this way, right? Yo, Jay, you know in Transformers 1, 2, and 3, right? With Shuttlebus, right? When like every action scene, right? You got Shuttlebus running, like hysterically sliding, going Bumblebee. I think of that as a PC fanboy. That's the PC fans running away from when the PS5 announces games, going JTech exclusives. Give us them. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, somebody went to one of my old videos and called me anti-consumer. I'm like, I'm playing games. I don't even own the fucking company that you hate. Like, how can me, one person, be anti-consumer?
PC lost the race of like Palpatine. Come over to the dark side.
God damn, bro.
Yo, you could stereotype some PC fans real quick, man. Like they look like Palpatine, they're like Shia LaBeouf from fucking Transformers, they're like fucking like
they're like
Smeagol
real
and
trolls
Gollum, bro.
underneath of a
They're like
bridge.
Smeagol and Gollum. One day they're like really happy, cool people. Next thing you know, like Gollum, expose this. Okay, motherfucker. All right,
It's true,
just give him the bread. Fucking give him the bread. It'll be fine. I don't know, man. Like, yeah, I can't believe I actually like. I was just randomly like. I've been watching like Twitch streamers. I've been watching loads of streams this week, including Sam at one point, and I'm just like, I was like, is there any fucking news for gaming? No, not really.
Well, that's probably because this week was taken up by people still playing Final Fantasy.
Good. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I'm just saying it's like people were playing Final Fantasy, so we did have a big game left over to play. I think this week though, heading into one of the last weeks, this is the last 2 weeks of the month. I expect to get something. We did get news though. It just wasn't like big enough for you to give a fuck about. But we did get some stuff. Stuff happened, but not like massively, you know. I think now that they're hearing that people are thinking about opening countries and opening states and shit, you know, maybe some of these game developers might talk more, even though I know it's not something they should be doing, but I think maybe they'll be talking more. We'll see what goes down. Look, guys, I'm heading up out of here. I'm going to stay on Final Fantasy. I might live stream right after this. It might be YouTube or Twitch, actually. I'm going to have a vote and see where you guys want me to stream it. It's probably going to be YouTube. But I'm going to get everybody to level 35, and then I'm heading to the next area. So I hope you guys enjoyed the Sunday show. Adam, as you already know, you do suck amazing amounts of ass. And we're about to fuck up
you said you're gonna get.
Look at the power of dreams.
You said you're gonna get everybody to level 35.
Suck ass and I suck that coochie dick too.